Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Thursday, July the 18th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William, so you guys can hear me in the main room in here. And thank you, Torty, in our YouTube room. Great. Good to go. So, a couple things. I'm not talking about Chewy, C-H-U-Y. That is a buyout by, I think it's Darden. Is that D-R-I? Darden Restaurants? Yeah, Darden Restaurants. So they're buying Chewy, C-H-U-Y. So that's why Chewy is flatlining right across the top here. If I can pull it up on the chart. There we go. NKGN, it had a pretty sizable pullback, 175, right back down to 117. This is an Alzheimer's play. Speaking of Alzheimer's plays, yesterday's Alzheimer's play, LGVN, they announced a financing this morning. That's caused a big gap down. Popped up, though. They're doing the financing at, I think it was $4. $390, okay, $390, okay, so they've done the financing at $390. So a little bit underneath the financing price. Disaster du jour, William, I don't know if you've done any analysis on AGEN, A-G-E-N, but this has just got hammered down after the FDA discourages accelerated approval. I think they have a cancer drug. And so that stock, man, oh man, I mean, imagine waking up to this, 1777, and it got all the way down to 625. Wow. So anyway, it's having a little bit of a pop here, a little bit of a pop off the bottom, about $1. It's all about what else do they have in the pipeline. Beyond Meat, B-Y-N-D. So they're doing a debt restructuring. Now, we've seen debt restructuring PRs over the last little while, and that is pop stocks, not this one, not Beyond Meat. Domino's, DPZ. Now, this is probably not showing up here. Where are you? I know I saw Domino's. I think Domino's is an earnings play. DPZ, DPZ. Yeah, Domino's is an earnings play, down 14%. You know, look at that float for Domino's, DPZ. 34 million, hardly anything in the float for a $400 stock. Hence the big moves. Look at this. Through the 200-day moving average. Wow. Yeah, Foot Locker. So Foot Locker has been downgraded by Morgan Stanley, and they put a price target of 18 on it. Yeah, I don't see it here. Don't see the price, but another headline, I did see the price. Here we are. Cuts their target. I guess they had a target before of 24. Now they've got 18. That's Morgan Stanley downgrading Foot Locker. TOST, is it still here somewhere? I don't see it. Okay, maybe it's pulled back a fair amount. TOST had an upgrade from Mizuho to $33. Yeah, 4.62%. You can see there it is. 4.71% is the bottom right here. So that's why it's not showing up anymore in this my gappers. But it's still up, 27.85. Price target now of 33 from Mizuho. Doesn't mean it's going to get there. And they've raised it from 21. Guys, this one is probably one to keep an eye on, okay? This is an earnings play. It can be very active, VIRT. Earnings play. Release earnings pre-market, VIRT, financial, of course. The next high looking left is 25.68. 25.68, so it's almost there. Takes that out. I'm not sure where it could go. Let me bring up a monthly chart. It's a big gap up though. So taking a look at it on a monthly chart, so there's a high of 25.71, high of 26.34. So you can kind of see, I mean, it's not that far away, another dollar. And boy, then we get into some serious potential gap fills. So anyway, I'd be watching VIRT both ways. Now, the market is recovering after yesterday. Well, in the tech sector anyway. Remember, there was a huge disconnect yesterday in the market between the value versus growth stocks. Of course, all to do with mainly the semis. So the NAS was down 500, but the Dow was up 240. Anyway, here's the SPY making a recovery. And really, well, we had 8:30, and nobody really mentioned it. Economic calendar, we had jobless claims. So that was at 8:30. When I say nobody mentioned it, I forgot to actually talk about it a little bit here, but there's 8:30. There's your 8:30 candle right there. So the jobless claims came out. Whatever that number was, the market reacted well. Let's take a look at the economic calendar and see what else is in store for us today. So that was, 8:30, the jobless claims. Also, the Philly Fed business outlook was at 8:30. 10 o'clock, we've got leading indicators. And in terms of Fed presidents talking, at 1:45, we've got Logan talking. And that's about it. So the next big one, I don't know how big it'll be, but at 10 o'clock, we've got the leading indicators. And then 1:45, we have a Fed president talking. So not too much going forward. Hey guys, Comm is popping here. COM, look at this one. Comm, COMM is popping after the sale. It's going to sell its outdoor wireless networks and distributed antenna systems businesses to Amphenol Corporation. Okay, so for, wow, $2.1 billion they're going to get. Now they have a big float, $203 million, but that is the deal. Expected to close, I mean, it's not closing anytime soon. First half of 2025. But that's your news for COMM. Is this shortable for me? So I don't know what they have left. I guess that's the big thing. I don't know what they have. I don't know what they have left after selling this this part of their business. Thank you, William. I did. When I first read that, I thought you were saying it was 1097, but I had to see that little minus sign in front of the 1097. Okay. Well, thank you, William. As always, doing your quick financial analysis of companies for us. So COMM is continuing to move here, guys. And that's a big float. That's a huge move, 63% with that float. Again, I don't know what they have left as a company after selling that for $2.1 billion. That's a big payday for them. But again, I don't know how much debt they've got. Don't know anything about this. Well, I know we've seen the symbol before, but I don't know in depth anything about this company. Infy also is an earnings play, guys. This can be an active one. INFY can be an active one. It's up 5%. Earnings play out of India, and look at the gap now, guys. Look at the potential fill. Okay, so I'm looking at a monthly chart right here. I'll bring up the weekly. 2516 is the next high on the monthly chart. Let's take a look at the weekly though, see if there's anything closer. And maybe not. This might have room. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just saying I'd like to look at the chart though and see where the next resistance could be. You know what? Let me go back to that monthly chart and see what year that was. So this is back about a year ago, April of last year. So definitely has some room, guys. The pre-market high was 2177, 2175 or so. I'm going to stick an alert right there. See if it takes out that pre-market high. Oops. Shady's SOUN having a little pop here, 4.5% up. Of course, like most of the tech stocks, got hammered down yesterday. Guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So yeah, I think Infy and Virt, VIRT, INFY, and VIRT, probably worth watching today. Guys, I'm gonna put, well, I'll put it in a little later. I mean, our test drive starts tomorrow. So if you want to try out our program for between February, how about July 19th to July 29th for $7.77, you can do so. And also we'll have that contest from next Wednesday to Friday. That's included in the 777. Grand prize is $3,000. Amazon gift certificate. It's a stock picking contest. I'll put the link in a little while as we get more people into the room. All right, now we're in for a positive open. So let's take a look at the major sectors, see what's happening with them. All right, guys. So here are the major sectors, and XLE, the major ETF for energy. 78% in red. That means that 78% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. Okay. I think it doesn't mean, well, actually, KMI is down. I think this is actually an earnings play. Yeah, KMI actually is an earnings play, guys. Kinder Morgan. So KMI is actually an earnings play. What I'm looking for is some kind of an outlier. In other words, something that is going completely against the sector, its sector. And so KMI, I mean, it's down 1%, but definitely an earnings play. So probably keep an eye on it. But I'm not seeing any other outlier. Of course, the technology sector, 80% of them are up from yesterday's close. There's NVIDIA, guys. So NVIDIA trying to wipe all this out. And you can see there's the there's the semis, SMA, excuse me, SMH, big semi ETF, XLK, of course, technology. Here are the Qs, XME, metals, XLC is communication. So XOP, what are you? XOP is exploration of some sort. Yeah. XOP, oil and gas, exploration. But the big one right now, of course, is SMH having a bit of a recovery day. Okay, now you're talking about TSM, Taiwan Semiconductor. Okay, so I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts from yesterday, seeing if there's anything interesting happening. Now, I should have mentioned that I don't see it anymore here. Probably has given most of it back up. What was the SDST? SDST. This was absolutely crazy one yesterday. From a low of about 1133 all the way up to 28. Still active. This was a SPAC that turned into SDST a few days ago. Wasn't really received that well, for about 4 days. And then all of a sudden yesterday, just had a complete spurt. And I don't think there was any news on it. No specific news. Low float, 4.3 million in the float. And there you go. So that's what I was saying, William. I wasn't sure what their debt situation was. So yeah, the $2.1 billion that they're getting, Comm is getting, but they've got 10 billion in debt. So while it looks really rosy, and that's what traders look at. Of course, they don't. They're not like most of us. Do not dive into the financials too much because we're not looking at to marry this company or anything like that. But good to know. But it is a big float. So I don't know about that DAC. I mean, it's a huge float, 203 million in the float. I mean, it's already up 50% through that 200-day moving average. Cypher guys, CIFRs. What's Bitcoin doing? Bitcoin's up a bit, about $500. So it's 65,000. So this has been on a run, of course. $4 a few days ago, got up to, before it pulled back yesterday, up to 8. So basically doubled in 4 days before it pulled back. Pirata. Buenos dias. There's Infy, guys. So Infy is trying to make, where is it here? Is it here anywhere? There it is. So Infy is trying to take out, I think, the pre-market high. There's the pre-market high is right up here around 20. 2175 is a pre-market high, so it's at 2169 right now. And I think, again, when we look left on that weekly chart, I don't think we really didn't see anything. We had to go to the monthly chart over a year ago. I think it was in April. So this definitely has some room to keep moving. This is an India stock, a lot of volume already. Big float though. I mean, that's a big move, 5% with that sort of a float, 4 billion in the float. Now, I didn't mention Syta. I know that SYTA, it's up 30%. Popped up to 110, back down through $1. They did have an announcement or announced the addition of TJ Kennedy. I don't know who that is, but they also announced that they had new orders for its SD7 handset, valued at more than $4.5 million. So they also had, I guess, some purchase orders plus this guy. Okay, guys. So here's TJ, Infy, INFY at the pre-market highs now. Perfect circle early again. Morning in our YouTube room. Now, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. So, I mean, if Infy starts to run, I'm not going to be in it. But, you know, that's up to you. Also, if you have our AI, guys, this is all I would do. Have this screen open, this one that's called Strategy Trades All. How to open that, click on New. And then we have 3 that start off with Premium AI. Pick the middle one. Premium AI Strategy Trades window. This is what you're going to see. The other thing I would do is make sure in the filter box it says none. That's my opinion anyway. Uncheck, probably says profitable trades. I would uncheck it. I think it's a good idea to follow the trades all day long. Notice that it's empty right now. There are no alerts until at least 9:40. Okay, and that is by design. Okay, one more moment. I'll be right back. Okay, guys. Wow, good. Just seeing JMIA is bouncing for you. What alert box are you talking about, Pat? These are not these are not alerts. Okay, these are just stocks that are up the most or down the most in the pre-market. These are not alerts. But are you talking about the price alert box that showed up? You're probably talking about that. Well, it's pretty. It's I mean, if so, for instance, if I put a price alert up here at 12.95 for JMIA, if it hits that, it's real time. Yeah, it's real time. Yeah, you're talking about the price alerts box. Yeah, you're talking about this box? Yeah, I mean, it's just it's a real-time price alert. TKNO. We saw TKNO yesterday. Somebody's asking about TKNO in our main room. Yaz or Yas? Well, nothing to really talk about today. I mean, I had a big day yesterday, of course, but yeah, I'm not really. There's nothing really happening with it right now. Down, just 11 cents. Because if it takes out yesterday's high, could get going again. A lot of resistance over between here, 183, and I know we looked at this one yesterday, and I think I said the same thing. I'm going to say right now, probably it's going to take a bit to get through two. If you look at a weekly chart, bunch of action right around two, takes out two somehow, then you've got a shot into that 260 level. Okay, guys, I'm going to get my layout that I use when the market open up. So let me just give me a moment. All right, guys, give me a moment as I make some adjustments on my other monitor. Z. Oops. Okay, so Infy is the only one right now meeting these my filter requirements. Now look at Infy. This wow. Well, that's why we wait. That's why I certainly wait. Wasn't going to anticipate it was going to take out this high and everything, but look at Infy right now. INFY. Now I did see that Virt had a bit of a mini sell off, but now it's right back up. Give me a moment, guys. Just rearranging a couple of things. Okay. Yeah, thank you, William. So the market's going to open in well, what does that really mean anymore? Anyway, at 9:30, when the regular market hours, I suppose 9:30 to 4 Eastern. So opening in about 40 seconds. Okay, guys. So waiting for these races to start. Look at Infy right back up again, man. INFY right back up again. Christopher, I don't know if you're asking me or just a general question to the room. I have no idea. Okay, guys, so we are ready and we're now open. NKGN. So again, it's making a market high, okay? But remember, the pre-market high is way up here, 175. United actually is an earnings play. UAL didn't really talk about it, wasn't up that much. Definitely an interesting reaction. It released earnings after hours yesterday. I actually got all the way down to 44. Very choppy reaction. So guided poorly. Their results were good, but I think they did guide kind of poorly, but it doesn't really matter. And this is what I'm talking about. This is at 426 this morning. After a week, shares down 1.1% pre-market after a weak Q3 profit forecast, okay? But shrugged off now. Well, here's the wild one, guys. SDST. SDST is the wild one. And it's just taking out that high of yesterday. Virt, V-I-R-T, V-I-R-T. So here it goes. V-I-R-T, earnings play. But it is early. It is early. What I don't want to do today is miss something like in fact, let's take a look if it's bounced at all. The FDMT, I do not want to miss something like that today. What a fabulous short that was. Showed up in our AI. And look at Infy now, guys, INFY. Well, Christopher, that news came out at 8:30, so it's sort of been digested a bit, I guess, but Infy, guys, Infy, again, if you're a little conservative than me, but Infy is an earnings play. Yeah, Infy. Yeah, I always run the risk of, I don't chase anything, but I mean, this could just keep going. It may not give me an entry. KMI, guys. So, Silo. Let's take a look at Silo. Wow, Silo. So Silo now is above the high of 2 days ago, or right at the high of 2 days ago. And they had some news. Yeah, they had some news. There's rum, guys. I'm actually kind of waiting for maybe a 7:30 break. There's the rum. The high 3 days ago was 760 or so. And this is a low float. Actually, rum is not a low float. 81 million in the float, not a low float. Silo, though. Silo is a low float, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I don't have the float information for Silo. Oh man, look at this now. Look at the SDST, just got halted on the way down. VFC from yesterday, guys. VFC from yesterday, taking out the high of yesterday, which was 1643 or so. So above the high of yesterday. There's rum now. I'm not trading anything yet, Eamon, in our YouTube room. I don't usually trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. So there's rum. Infy, guys. I mean, Infy is, if I were less conservative, I probably would have taken Infy, but INFY, earnings play. Other earnings play, guys. Kinder Morgan, it has come back, actually. KMI has come back. This was negative at one point, and it is now positive, barely. KMI, it's an earnings play. All right, now somebody asked about the TKNO. So the TKNO now, it's right at that level. I thought it might struggle, but it is. Looks like it's trying to get through. And it's a TKNO, low float, 19.7 million in the float. And as I said, it has room to 262 or so. I'm not saying it's getting there, but if you're, an early trader, whoa, look at Abbott. Abbott. So this is an earnings play, guys. I didn't really see this one in the pre-market, but ABT is an earnings play. Initial reaction, it popped up to 107 and it's right back down to 100. So it is down almost 5% now. Probably a big float. Yeah, 1.7 billion in the float. So that is that's Abbott, ABT. VIRT has kind of been all over the place. We had a high 25.76 and a low down here. Wow, it's a big, that's a big difference, 24 or 25 in that first 15-minute candle. We're only 7 minutes into it. Okay, so run is up. This is a solar play. So before we look at run specifically, let's take a look at TAN, the ETF for solar, see if it's up. Yes, it is popping. So run is popping. Let's take a look at SEDG. This has been hammered. Yeah, Sedge is popping a little bit also, Solar Edge. All right, guys, Infy is holding. I don't know what you mean, Christopher. You're talking about I'm moderating our YouTube room, if that's what you're talking about. Of course, it's affiliated. I'm moderating the YouTube room in trade ideas. NAAS, guys, let's take a look at wow. So this is still not over. I mean, this took out yesterday's high, and yesterday's high 592 or so, and this is got halted. Let's take a look at where it could open. So this might give me an opportunity. So this is what I do on these halts. So first of all, this blue screen you're seeing here, this is nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales with Interactive Brokers, or from Interactive Brokers. There's the halt, 628. This column here is showing where the potential open could be. Really no massive clue, 628. I mean, it's the halt price. So let's just say when it resumes, and typically they are 5-minute halts. So if that's true, that'll be opening at 9:43 plus 26 seconds. Let's just say it pops a little bit above that halt price and then drops down below it and then pops through it again, that's sometimes where I'll take the trade. Or even if it opens a little bit below the halt price and then pops through it, that is where I can take the trade. This is not a recommendation to do what I might do, okay? But that's how I see it. Now, if it pops, up to 660 or 670 or something, and then it pulls all the way back down, I won't do it. So it's a very, very specific. There's a very a specific set of circumstances that have to happen for me to take something out of a halt. There's Joby, guys. Wow, look at Joby. Holy smokes. Joby, Joby, Joby. That's at yesterday's high. And I think they had $10 a share price target by Cantor Fitzgerald. Thought it was going to be Canaccord. Cantor Fitzgerald. LPA was halted also on the way down. Okay. So got to keep an eye on this NAAS and see if it kind of does what I want it to do. Wow, Silo. Look at Silo move. Look at the volume that came in. 3.5 million in the float. 11 million have traded already for Silo. There was some news. Announces device and CMC development master plan with this company for nose to brain drug delivery. Nose to brain drug delivery. All right. Wasn't this something to do with Alzheimer's too? Wasn't this? Could have sworn when I had the news a couple of days ago, I thought it had something to do with Alzheimer's also. I may be wrong. All right, guys, we're at 9:43 right now. There were no AI alerts yet. Now, remember I was talking about AEHR yesterday, and I was wondering if we'd have a second day continuation of earnings. So far, no. And it was a great earnings play. Also, they said they were getting involved in AI, and there were some pretty big price targets put on it. But all right, guys, so NAAS just opened. It's got to get down below 628. Okay, well, let's see. Okay, well, it's okay, guys. Well, I've taken it and I've scalped some out already. Okay, the NAAS, it did what I wanted it to do. Nothing fabulous yet. It did drop down below the 628 price, but it hasn't really rocked yet. Got up to 650. Just waiting to see if it can get back into maybe the 640s. Talking about the NAAS. Well, okay, but you didn't, okay, Christopher, but I am moderating a YouTube channel also, okay, and it is a Trade Ideas YouTube channel. I just didn't know which YouTube channel you were talking about. All right, guys, out of it, completely out of it. The NAAS, I may get back in if it gets back over 640. It was a very quick one for me. Nothing fabulous. Okay, guys, VIRT, earnings play, and it's right back up. VIRT, this has a reputation of being, can be a pretty active trader. Okay, KOPN, what is this one doing? KOPN, really not that much action in the pre-market. KOPN, and they did have some news, achieves a final milestone in production qualification of high performance OLED. Oh, okay, cool. Organic light emitting diodes. How about that? All right, guys. Well, VIRT. Okay, guys. I mean, Christopher, you seem to be dominating. It doesn't really matter. Okay, let's just move on. All right, guys. VIRT. It is an earnings play. I'm just watching to see how well it holds 26. I'm watching VIRT to see how well it holds 26. Give me a moment, guys. It wasn't easy to get, but I'm in it. Was not easy to get for some reason, even though I was going in at the bid. I'm sorry, at the ask. But anyway, VIRT, guys, VIRT. I didn't want to let this one get away from me. VIRT. And if you have our AI, this is what you saw, 2604. Okay. And also, it showed up here on the gap up and go at 2621. Okay, guys, I've taken some off in the high 40s, okay, just in case. It is still kind of early for me, but so I've taken some off in the high 40s for this 20 for the Virt, VIRT. I'm not saying you should do the same thing. How you trade it, if you trade it, completely up to you. But mentioned it in the pre-market as one to watch. And then, of course, had a confirmation with our AI, and then with a gap up and go scan that I got. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm not in the silo. There's a pretty good Apple series called Silo. You cannot private message in the room, Christopher, okay? Okay, guys, now NAS is up again. NAAS is up again. See if it takes out that original halt price of 629 again, or 628 again. AMIX, guys. This has been a pretty wild one. When you look at these topping tails, okay, so what do they mean? Well, the stock got up to a certain price, way up here. Sellers knocked it down. I mean, all these topping tails. So the stock could not hold the gains. Okay, guys, keep an eye on the NAAS, and maybe if it gets back into the 630s, that might give us an opportunity. Caterpillar is nonstop. Okay, let's take a look at Caterpillar. CAT. Yeah, man, oh man, look at this. No kidding. Not an earnings play. July 30th. They release a week and a half from now or so. So this is not an earnings play. Not sure what the deal on Caterpillar is. Okay, guys, Virt right back up. Okay, I've got some, I still have some of the Virt left. I want to see if I can really. Well, it depends what you mean by Christopher. You're really sort of diverting everything here, but depends what you mean by messaging. If you're talking about private messaging, unless something has really changed in the software, nobody can do that other than myself, William, and Real sometimes if he's around. Okay, you're talking about private messaging. If you're just talking about somebody talking to you within the room, that's very different. But let's just kind of move on, okay? So Foot Locker, FL, let's take a look at Foot Locker. It's actually kind of rebounding. Morgan Stanley, I know, downgraded it. KOPN got, wow, KOPN, this is still moving here. KOPN, probably a low float. It is not a low float, 108 million in the float. They had some news, achieves production approval milestone on next generation F-35. Oh, right, we talked about this one, the OLEDs, okay? Yeah, thank you. Okay, let's kind of move on, guys, okay? Yeah, there's never been direct messaging, or private messaging, as I call it, okay? I'm the only one. William can do it, and that's it, okay? But let's just move on from it all, okay? Surprised Copan was not halted, did not get halted on that move up. Okay, I'm going to only say this one more time, Christopher. Nobody is messaging you, private messaging. If you're talking about in where you were in the YouTube room that somebody messaged you, that's completely different. That's nothing to do with this room. Okay, so it's that simple. You cannot private message anybody in this room. And there's a very good reason for it. Well, this is a reversal now, guys. So Grumpy, I think you said you were in this one, AGEN. Wow, Silo. Not in it. Not in it. Just what a move. What a move now. Now, this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, so I cannot, even if I thought about it, I cannot short this one at Interactive Brokers. No shorts available. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of waiting on this Virt to see if it can have any more of a pop in it. It's just sort of stuck right now. Yeah, good, a nice trade. I mean, nice trade on the AGEN. All right, guys, this is another one that has been very active over the last few days. ADVM, probably a low float. Yeah, 20.5 million in the float. ADVM, what's the volume like? Picking up 276,000, 13 times normal. It is picking up. They did have some news yesterday, interim data from their gene therapy study for blindness disorder. Okay. 10 o'clock. Yeah, 10 o'clock leading indicators. Let's see if this has any effect on the market. That's on the economic calendar. So it is now 10 o'clock. All right. Well, where could Silo go? If you're in this one, let's take a look at a monthly chart. for Silo. So on a monthly basis, looks like there's a high over here at 398. Okay, so that could stall it if it can get through that somehow. Then the next high is 656. Man. Alcoa. William, you didn't tell me about Alcoa. So Alcoa is an earnings play today, guys. AA, earnings play. Earnings play. So it has come back. It was negative at the start, and it is coming back. Okay, PJ, I know you were talking about FULT in the pre-market. So there it is. All right, guys, Virt, V-I-R-T, giving us another nice little lift here. Okay, guys. Well, if you're with us in the pre-market, you know we were talking about Virt and what was the other one? Infy. Okay. Well, the Virt certainly did work. So let's see if Infy can do anything later on. INFY, there it is. INFY, another earnings play, and it's pulling back somewhat. Is it pulling back into anything that's interesting? 22.25. 22.25 is the VWAP, so it's a little bit below the VWAP. This is an earnings play. Well done on the agent. I should have, this came up on the gap down and reversal scanner also. I did not take it, but should be paying way more attention. Look at the footlocker now too, 2571. It's at 26 now. Again, I'm sharing the scan. How's Docs doing? 2745. So it has not popped from there yet, but I have to stick an alert up in this area, 2756, and see if it happens. Probably moving with the market. So the 10 o'clock some numbers came out at 10 o'clock, but this was in advance of that. So that still market looks nice and strong. And how did Beyond Meat do? 661. So I'm going to stick an alert up in that area, see if it takes it out again later on. Debt restructuring. And I typically don't short stocks this cheap, but LASL showed up on the gap down and go. I'm going to go over this scan in a little bit, but it is one that I'm sharing. All right, speaking about docs, DOCS, okay. Okay, guys. Now, for me, these are kind of scalping situations. The reason being is that I look at some of these bouncers, and they're probably following the market. So the minute the market, starts to turn down, a lot of these bouncers will probably turn down also. So, but look at Docs. I mean, it's got a ton of room, obviously. Let's see why did it go down. It's not an earnings play. Wells Fargo cut underweight to underweight from equal weight, so that's probably one of the reasons. Cut to $19, but right now it's in mini bounce mode. Man, Silo. Well, it finally did pull back, but before it pulled back. So this went from 235 all the way up to 436, almost straight up without pulling back. Look at this one, guys. FDMT is continuing down. So it took out yesterday's low. And on that monthly chart, this looked like it could have been support. The monthly chart, the low is 1677. So 1670 right now. If it takes this out in a big way, I mean, it still has room to move down. 1250 is the next low looking left on the monthly chart. Of course, this was a massive one yesterday on a short. The FDMT. Sava is trying to bounce somewhat, I guess. Yeah, look at Sava. So I would probably, if you want to trade this one, though, I'd probably, of course, you're giving up quite a bit. The high yesterday was 1070. CEO left. That was yesterday. Lemonade, LMND. After yesterday. Wow, you know what? It really didn't move that much down yesterday at all. So Lemonade continues its move higher, LMND. Okay, guys, Docs did not work for me. I took a loss on that one. Docs did not work for me. As I said, the manageable loss on it. I'll take a look at it later. Yeah, too bad. I wish this had more room. EH is China play, aviation sector, but it doesn't have as much room as I'd like. You look at the daily chart, it looks like there could be some support around 1360 for EH. Must be something in the water today. We've got some crankiness in the room. All right, guys, I am out of the Virt, okay? Wasn't bad. Wasn't as nice as I thought it might be, but we'll see. I'm going to put an alert up around that 2683 mark. That's where it kind of got to. Yeah, nah, it's too bad. I thought maybe when it got over 6 again, I thought maybe it might have a pop here, but big drop now. Look at the market. Look at this market move here, guys. Interesting day, guys. Yesterday at this time, this scan was full and absolutely full. Hardly any alerts today in this continuation or reversal scan. Okay, guys, BKU, Bank United. This is another, wow, look at this one. This another probably regional bank, I guess, in your country. I'm assuming this is a regional bank. Look at this one, BKU has been steadily up for the last week and a half. And this is an earnings play today. So the solar plays are definitely something's happening here with the solar plays. Now, I don't know. This might be a specific to SCIQ because it says that they did have some news. Okay, guys, let me take a look at some of these races now and see if there's any interesting happening. I'm going to go over what the races are all about in a bit, but okay, so this could be an interesting one, guys. The KRO, the reason being, it's through the 200-day moving average, 1030, 1025 or so. 1029 to be exact, the 200-day moving average. It's just slightly underneath. Now, for me, it would have to take out 10. Now, if it takes out 10, the next low looking left on the weekly chart anyways, around 850. So that would be enough room. So I'm going to stick an alert. It got down below 10. I'm going to put an alert around 997 and see if it takes it out again. And why does it have to get below 10 for me? I just find it's a psychological number to get through. All right, Gray Television, GTN. So this is moving, not on earnings. I don't see any specific news on it. GTN, so it has some room. 644 is the next high, so it's got some room. Yeah, so that gap down in reverse was pretty short-lived for the Foot Locker. Again, Morgan Stanley downgrading it and put a what was the price target? $18 price target on it. Okay, guys, I know. Let's see if I know's got something going for it. I know over the whole number, taking all this out on the daily chart, looking left on the weekly chart. Well, it's right there, 1219. The next high, wow, 1344. So this has some room on the weekly chart, and that is INO. Pretty low float, 25 million in the float. We've got a $15 price target by Wainwright. Yeah, price alerts are, I mean, I would be lost without price alerts, Alex. You know, otherwise I'd have to have a million charts up and running to keep an eye. But yeah, just put a price alert. And again, you know, I always like to explain it this way. If I just, when I get the alert, doesn't mean I take the trade immediately. I just want to know, okay, want to see first of all how it's trading at that price. I want to know when it gets to that price, but doesn't mean absolutely I take it at that price. But yeah, without price alerts, I mean, I'd have to have a lot more thumbnail charts up and running. All right, guys, it is 10:18. So I think what I'll do right now is go over, first of all, the first thing I want to do is go over what is it? The contest and test drive. And the test drive starts tomorrow. Okay. So clicking on the test drive link. So it starts tomorrow. So basically, this is what it's all about. So from July 19th, which is tomorrow, to July 29th, you'll have access to the full premium service of Trade Ideas. It'll cost you $7.77. Okay. So if you sign up right now, basically what you're doing is you're just pre-registering. You won't start getting live data until tomorrow. So that's number one. So that's the test drive. Within the test drive, starting next Wednesday to Friday, there's also a trading contest. Whoever makes the most money at the end of those 3 days will win a $3,000 Amazon gift certificate. Now, the wrinkle in this we've run this one, or the trading contest, might be the fifth or sixth one. Anyway, but in the past, well, this one, the wrinkle is that you can only trade the AI alerts. Okay. Doesn't mean you have to take it in the direction. If you wanted to go long TKNO or short VI, you can do whatever you want. You just have to trade the AI alerts. Okay. And it doesn't mean that you have to take the AI trade right at the time. It's got nothing to do with that. It's just that these are the symbols that you'll be able to trade. And now that, you know, today, so imagine the contest was starting today. These would be the 4 symbols that you could trade, and you can have 5 round trips for each symbol, which means you can buy and sell that same symbol 5 times max. Wow, look at VIRT is right back up, guys. Okay. So that's what the contest and the test drive is all about. One thing to remember, when the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. We do not put you into a subscription, okay? If you're a premium subscriber, you can automatically take part in the trading contest, okay? If you're a standard subscriber, you'll have to pay the $777 if you want to take part in the trading contest. But also you'll be upgraded to premium. So if you ever felt that you wanted to, just see what the premium service was all about, mainly it's having access to the AI, go for it. Costs you $777. Okay, sorry about that. I'm just trying to get back into this VIRT. So you can see how the KRO is just sort of stalling right now. So again, if you have any questions, remember, just read all this, okay? It's all in here, okay? It's all in here. And again, I just want to reiterate, when the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. And the reason I want to keep hammering that point home is our poor support people, they get email after email. Okay, it's over. Please unsubscribe me. And I want to, and don't just unsubscribe me. I want an email back telling me that you have unsubscribed me. And, it's a waste of time. I mean, you don't have to worry. We don't put you into a subscription. Okay. It just causes our support people to have to do things that aren't really that necessary. They have enough to do. Okay. Okay. Now let's talk about the information you'll find on my homepage. All right, so on my homepage, I put my homepage link in. So this is what you're going to find. So at the very top, here's a way in which if you want to take out a subscription right now, you can do so. Barry 15, that'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please go into my homepage and whatever code you see there, it does change from time to time, of course. Please use that code to take out a subscription. That'll really help to keep the main room free. Okay? Because the room gets credit for the subscription. If you do take out a subscription, you must either get started. 10 short videos. First one, download and install. First startup and login. Introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. Again, I know I say it every single day, but it's a software program. There's always going to be, obviously, there's going to be a bit of a learning curve. What we're trying to do with those 10 short videos is cover all the important aspects of trade ideas in very short videos. Okay. Trading 101. If you're new to trading, this is for you, a free series of videos that you can take a look at. I do a stock of the day video that you can sign up for. Free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. Here's our user guide. So again, it's like any other software program. It's a big user guide. You don't have to learn everything. However, to getting started, you have to do that first. This is a lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. You want to find out more about stock racing. You can see I'm running one race right here. Look at Silo. Wow. Price alerts. Somebody said they, understand now why I like price alerts. Other thing too, people ask is, what if I only want to follow my own stocks, my symbol list, a watch list? Here's how you can do it. All right. But again, you don't have to learn everything that's in this user guide. And daily support session. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And that is between 12 and 1. Today's Thursday. It should be Steve Gomez. Before I take my break, I will confirm that. And I'll also put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Steve. Last, here are my scans that I am currently sharing. So if you click on my homepage link and get to the middle here, middle section, here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. So this race right here is the one you can see. Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, here, Halts resumes is over here. Not too active today. You hear me talk about the gap continuation or reversal filter. It is right here. And the other one that gives me a lot of looks all day long is this momentum scan, okay? The momentum scan, which is basically right here. But I have a lot of other scans that I'm sharing, and you can take a look at them all. The only thing I would say is do not have them all up and running at the same time. You'll be inundated with alerts and get nothing done, okay? And if you have any question about them, you can always ask. This, and by the way, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome. This is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you do have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. You know, if I'm tied up doing something, I will certainly let you know. But typically, I can at least help. If I can't answer your question, if it's an accounting question, for instance, I'll direct you to our accounting people. If it's a scan you're looking for and I don't have something like that, one of the other traders may have something. So again, you can ask me questions all day long. I'm in Vancouver, Canada, Christopher. So what is Trade Ideas? So let's take a look at this scan right here. This is a scan, okay, an alert window. And there's a difference between a scanner and a screener. Many screening programs are out there, and we can, of course, screen, but what we're excellent at doing, I'm talking really good at doing, real-time alert scanning, okay? So let me explain what that means. So this is an alert window. If I right-click on it and click on Configure, this is going to tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. So here's the screening aspect. So in this scan, if the price is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 3, that means it's got to be trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. The volume in the last minute has to be at least 1,000% of normal. That's why I call it a momentum scan, etc. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last time that happened was at 10:27 plus 38 seconds. So a little over maybe a minute and a half ago. IGMS was the last time that happened. Okay, so these are real-time alerts that you're seeing here. So if you like this scan, you can have it, of course. It's on my homepage. But if you wanted to make some changes, for instance, maybe you don't like that price range, maybe there's something else you don't like about it, or maybe you want to add a filter that you like, of course you can do that. This is just what I like to do. I'm not trying to force this on you. This is just what I like to do or like to see. Okay? And of course, if you want to build your own scan, you can. If I click on search, you can see this is right at the very top here, the 2 most popular real-time alerts that we've got. Here's Silo, guys. Oh, I'm sick, I'm not in it. But anyway, Silo, sorry, new high, new low. These are the 2 most popular. But if I scroll down, you'll see we have a lot of other real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling down till we see these icons, these are the screeners that we have, the filters that we have. So again, if you're looking at this for the first time, don't get hung up thinking, man, this is way too complicated. I can't possibly learn every one of these. Well, the good news is you don't have to. The only reason there are so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. Okay? So that's why they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all these different screeners with all the different trading styles out there and the thousands of customers we had. We feel that for the most part, our customers can combine the screeners and a real-time alert to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay? But again, you don't have to learn them all. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day. Okay? For my alerts, and only a handful of the real-time alerts. Now, that doesn't mean that the rest of these that I don't use are bad. It just means they don't fit my trading style. That's all it means. Okay, Christopher, I'm not trying to be mean, okay? But this is not really a chat room. I don't have time, okay? I'm not trying to be mean. So there's a silo. Man, so the silo did pull back. Yeah, I mean, this has been a kind of a choppy day on the SPY. You know, we had that nice move pre-market, market open. We had a bit of a downturn, then 9:45 and the 10 o'clock candle up. Now these two down, so pretty choppy day so far. Well, shoot. Look at the docs now, guys. I guess I was just a little bit early. Look at the docs now. I got knocked out of my trade on it, and it's interesting to me because it is not following the market. I thought stocks like this would follow the market a lot more, but look at this. I mean, here's the market, and here's docs. Wow. Okay, so let me go over this gap continuation or reversal scanner. Okay, not terribly active today. Let's take a look at HXL on a gap down and reverse. So there's the alert at 67. Now I put a 15-minute delay on this, okay? You don't have to, but I do. So if you take it from my homepage, the other main difference, major difference actually, is I only see the stock the very first time it has the alert. And the version that you have from my homepage, you will see the stock over and over again after the alert. So for the instance, the docs, you will see it every time I made a new high after that 27.45. The reason I like to do this is I like to go back in time. I can click on the alert and see what happened from that alert. So again, and so I know what the time of the alert was. I know what the price was, you know, and then I can say, okay, what happened after that alert? So this is a multi-strategy window. Typically, the use of a multi-strategy window is for people who don't have a lot of screen space. Maybe you've only got one monitor, you've got several alert windows, and instead of having those alert windows taking up space on your monitor, you can put them into a multi-strategy window so they're all in one window. That's the typical use. Sometimes what I do, and in this particular case, I will group similar strategies together into a multi-strategy window. So let's take a look at these. I have 4 strategies in here, or 4 scans. It shouldn't be called strategies, 4 scans. So I have the gap up, I have a gap up and go. Remember, all these are individual alert windows, okay? So gap up and go, gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, gap down and go. I've color coordinated them. So for instance, the gap down and reverse is color coordinated with that light blue. So those are stocks that gap down and then have a reversal. Now, again, it doesn't mean that the reversal is going to continue all day. And in fact, it may just stop. It may just stop at the time of the alert. All that happens is you get the alert, the proper filters are being met, the filter values are being met, and at the time of the alert, it would have gapped down, and then it was starting to reverse. It doesn't mean that it's going to continue to reverse all day. So the same thing here with the gap up and go. And this was the Virt. VI, you can't quite see it here, but that was, well, let me just bring it up again. So that was a gap up and go. So that means the stock gapped up and it kept, when we got the alert, it was moving higher. And obviously for that one, pretty good. Is right back up to 27. So hopefully these are named, they make sense. There is not one gap up and reverse yet today. That's a stock that would have gapped up and started to reverse. And then the gap down and go is like the LESL. It gapped down, and then at the time of the alert, it started to move down. Yeah, what a dump is right on the SPY. So right now, guys, bounce plays would be highly suspect as we speak. I would think that, sometimes you just need the market on your side if you're going to play a bounce. I don't know. There was no indicator, nothing on the calendar that came out at 10:30 that I could see. Well, the natural gas inventory, but I can't imagine that was the driving force. Okay, let's take a look at SMH. I'm sure that this is probably driving the market down. Yes. Let's take a look at the races, guys. This is, I explain what the races are all about. 4-minute races I'm running. This race is just about over, and we have a winner, Silo. Okay, so let me explain what these races are all about. And you'll notice that a top 10 list is being built for you automatically. There will be stocks, the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day will be in this top 10 list. You can see Silo has won 11 races. So first of all, how does a stock win a race? So now in the guide, you can click on my homepage link, go to the education section, and then there is a whole section on stock racing, okay? TI stock racing. And it explains how you create a race, how do you launch a race, how you can have your own parameters. I'm running a 4-minute race. You don't have to. You can run a 5-minute race, a 2-minute race, 1-hour race, whatever you want. So when the race starts, so why are we seeing KOPN at the top here? And what does that 1.5% means? That means since the race started, KOPN has moved 1.5%. Okay, that's what that means. Now, in this race, you will see some stocks that have big percentage moves sometimes. Okay. And look at the IVP, not that it's a big move yet, but IVP has been a super active one. Boy, taking out yesterday's high, and 3 days ago, it did get up to almost 15. It's probably a low float, 6.8 million in the float. So when you see a stock moving, click on it. Yeah, you don't have to witness. See, here's the P. This is this one that's been active for several weeks now, I think, PSNL. So now this is at up 4% since the beginning of the race. It's only 9 cents, but it is up 4%. Click on it, see what's happening. Okay, this is actually a high right now. Sorry about that, guys. I was just eating something. I went down the wrong way. Okay. So the other thing is you don't have to wait for a race to be over before you click on a symbol. You see something starting to move or anything in the list, really, you should click on it and just see what's happening. Okay. Now, why? Look at this. I mean, now this is a big move, 53-cent move, 4.9% for IVP. Now, why are these stocks showing up in the first place? So let me show you why they are in this list. So if I right click on the race and I open the top list, all races start off from a top list window. Okay. You notice if I right click on this top list window, there's an option that says launch real-time stock race. So they all start off from a top list window. You, of course, can build your own top list window with the filters that you want. In this top list window, this is what I'm looking for. You know, the price has got to be between $1 and $50. The volume has to be at least 200,000 shares, and it has to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. That's what I want to see. It doesn't have to be what you want to see. You could want something completely different. And of course, so you can create your own top list window with your own filters and then launch the race. So before we had races, this is how somebody would use a top list window. Let's just say you wanted to see the stocks that were up the most from yesterday's close. So right now, as long as you have that as a column header, you see the C%, that is the change from the close of yesterday. Excuse me. So Silo, and of course Silo has to meet all the filter requirements, has to be in the price range I want, the minimum volume, etc. So Silo is up the most from yesterday's close. And there's Neon, 33%, LPSN, etc., all the way down. If I want to see the stocks that are up the most from its opening trade today, opening print, Silo happens to be the one that's up the most also, 73%, and down. So okay, you know what, Christopher? One more comment. I'm just going to have to get rid of you. I'm sorry. I'm not uptight. This is a trading room, though, and you seem to just want to chat. I mean, that's fine. I'm sure there are lots of chat rooms out there. You can, go there. This is not a chat room. Okay, what your general market talk? Okay, general market talk. Just trying to keep people focused. That's all I'm trying to do. So in this top list window, it's all well and good, maybe to click on any one of these if you want to see the ones that are up the most. Fine, but what if, just like say this VFS, it's at 6% right now, okay? But what if all of a sudden it started to move? 6% from the open, 8% from the open, 10, 12, 15. You'd never be able to see it. Okay. I mean, no, you're not going to stare at a whole list of stocks to see what one is moving. And that's the beauty of the races. Okay. Because the race doesn't care if a stock is near the high of the day or up the most from the open. It just, all it cares about is what stock is moving since the race started the most. That's all the race cares about. So if you're new to trading, it's going to create a top list for you automatically of stocks that you can kind of follow all day long. And I have a couple of other races. I'm not displaying them, but based on large cap, movers, okay? And you can take a look at those races, and it's the same idea. You know, there'll be a top 10 list. That is created. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. There's stuff happening internally. Yeah, it's a maximum. Yeah, just that's a maximum of 20,000 shares per trade. But of course, you only have $100,000. So, and there's no margin. So you have $100,000 and that's it. So for instance, obviously you could not buy 20,000 shares of this one. You could buy 20,000 shares of TKNO, but that is the maximum. Yes. Okay, yeah, you're right, Bezavi. It took out NAAS, just took out 6 again. It's been very choppy though. So this is another way, guys, using the races is another way to try to find pullbacks, okay? Remember now, these stocks are not necessarily at the high of the day or anything like that. So just click on the alert, click on or click on one of the symbols that want to race. So here's the Amex. Actually, I want to click on Silo to see what it's doing. So you could have looked at Silo and clicked on it, and look at what happened here. I mean, it got down to the VWAP 364, and the VWAP seemed to have held it. Okay, so you can click on any of the symbols that have won a race and just check to see if it's pulling back to a level that you like. I mean, ADVN is not; it's just making a new high of the day. And a level that you might like. Maybe you're a VWAP player. Maybe you've got a moving average that you like. So, I mean, it also can be used, you know, for pullback plays to focus on stocks that might be pulling back to a certain level that you like. Okay, sorry about that, guys. So again, so click on the alert, click on anything that's in the list, and check to see what's happening. Okay. Wow. Son of a. Okay, fill in the blanks, guys. Look at the NAAS now. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm still, I'm still interested in the VIRT. Okay, it's holding its own. It did not drop any significant amount. So I'm still watching it for maybe another break over 27 later. It is an earnings play. Look at SONM, guys. Sonim Technologies, SONM. This now went positive. It was negative. Now it's positive. SONM. So ticked off at myself on the NAS. I just got distracted by, well, I know why I got distracted. I'm not going to blame anybody but myself. But anyway. Now, let me take a look at NAS. I haven't talked about the go, no go. Aha. So yeah, so Bezavi in our YouTube room. So you took out a subscription to Go No Go yesterday, didn't you? So there is, okay, guys. Now, unfortunately, this is not part of the this is not going to be part of the test drive. There's some reasons why it can't be, but I'll just explain a little bit. If you click on New from the toolbar, and then click on Dock Channel Bar, you'll see we have a channel that is called Go No Go. Now, these are scans that have been created within. And this is a technology from a third party. If you can go to their Go No Go website, this excuse me, this popped up on my other screen. You can get a whole explanation about what it's all about. Okay, it is a $49 a month add-on. So let's just take a look. Now, are they all going to work exactly like this? Of course not. But take a look at NAS. Okay, this is the concept behind it. So you see that NAAS had a big pop, and then it dropped. And see how there was a color change here, and this is like a light green. When the color changes to the blue, that is a signal of a to potentially go long. Okay, doesn't mean they're all going to work like this, but obviously with the NAAS, that was the signal that you could take a look at to go long. And it was at what, 605. And obviously from there, it just massively popped. Again, I'm not going to say they're all going to work like this, but that is the concept behind it. Watch the videos, okay, and you'll have an idea about what it's all about. Yeah, look at the market is trying to come right back. Wouldn't it be wild if it just wiped all this out? Seriously. And as Bezavi is saying in our YouTube room, it works better than the 20 indicators in level 2 I used to use. Now, I don't know what the technology is behind it. I know there's a bunch of indicators that are sort of folded into one, and that's what creates the color changes, etc. All right, guys. So Steve, yeah. So Steve just actually told me it'll be him today. So Steve will be in our YouTube room in about an hour, taking over for me in our YouTube room. Well, this has been on a tear. This PSNL started off in July the 5th at around $1.20. It's 250 now, so doubled. The provision of advanced genomic tests for cancer. Excuse me. You can't use it on a Mac, Torty, unfortunately. All right, you've been talking about Schwab. I know you mentioned this one in the pre-market, William. That you think that might go positive by the end of the day. Okay, well, oh, interesting. TKNO. I actually have shorts available for this one. I'm a little late. This is an AI alert, guys, to short. Okay, TKNO. It's an AI alert to short. I don't typically short stocks under about $5. That's just kind of a general rule, but I may have, and I'm surprised there are shorts available. I may have though done this one because it has room underneath, but I think I'm too late now. 191, you can see there's the alert at 191, 178 now. And there's a 200,000 shares available, Interactive Brokers. I am surprised. I think I ruined my streak, Pepe. I ruined my streak of, I think, about 3 or 4 days. Yeah, I'm sorry, I was on mute. So I'm just looking at, this is the web-based version of the product, and profile seems to work. But not the same way. Or if I scroll down, we don't get this, or is this in the business summary? And there's the news. I don't see anything in news. So are you saying this has never worked, or it's just not working today? Just today, okay. And you're definitely connected. You have a green ball, right? You definitely have a green ball. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Just give me a moment. All right. Well, I've passed it on, and we'll see if anybody else using our web-based version and looking at the single stock window and not getting anything for news or profile. The go no go charts are live. Bezavi. I'm looking at this. This is live right there. 2706, 2714 now. Excuse me. Just give me a moment. Don't eat while doing. Just give me a moment, guys. Okay, so yeah, I don't see. Wow, look at Vert now, guys. A1. Guys, I got something stuck in my throat. Just give me a moment. All right, so there's no setting. I mean, there's no setting to change. You know, assuming you are connected and you've got this. I mean, there's no setting to change. So I'm not sure what you mean. Do you have another trade ideas chart that you can compare it just like I'm doing here? Okay, this is all real time. Well, then something's going on then, okay? Because I mean, the price obviously. I mean, assuming, and I'm looking at real time now. I'm looking at my IB. I mean, it's changing. So it is definitely live. It's just like these charts. Again, do you have a trade ideas chart that you can pull up? No, 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 no. It's got nothing to do with the fact your chart is detached. Nothing. I mean, this chart is detached, right? And I'm talking to Bezavi in our YouTube room, okay? But what I'd like you to do is just load a regular trade ideas chart and put it side by side, okay? And make sure, because if your charts aren't updating, then something going on with you. You do have a green ball, right? You're absolutely connected, but just put another chart up side by side, just like I've done here, okay? And make sure that they're in sync. So, William, for you, are you using our consecutive down day filter? So, a stock that has 2 consecutive down days, which would be the previous 2, and then you look. Just give me a moment, please. I've still got. Yeah, water's not helping. Just give me a moment. Bezavi, the only thing I can think of is if you right click on it, what does it say for properties, and go to symbol linking? Okay, go to symbol linking, and does it say link to all? That's the only thing I can think of. Because within it may say, in fact, whoops, let me get that symbol linking back. Okay, it may say, just give me a moment. Take you up on the break. Well, okay, I'm back. Well, maybe that worked. Dr. Dwayne may have helped me eating a piece of bread. We don't have marshmallows in the house, but anyway, yeah. So maybe make sure you have it checked. Maybe so the symbol linking was unchecked. That's probably the reason then. Symbol linking was unchecked. Okay. Got to check it. And you might want to put link to all, okay? I don't know what it says right now. Ooh, wow, Bakir. Yeah, I can't help you on that one. I know what you're saying. So Bakir in our YouTube room, anybody have Trade Zero? They're saying he's saying, oh, it's got Bezav. It's got nothing to do with floating. Nothing to do with floating. Okay, floating, docked. It doesn't matter. Symbol check. It doesn't matter. So I have a question in our YouTube room. Anybody with Trade Zero? He says that it's not working. The platform is not working, and I cannot cover my short. That is not fun at all. So I've just put that out there. Well, okay, so I got a couple of questions about the go no go. Okay, well, first of all, go no go. It's not well. It's incorporated into trade ideas and the fascia in the way in which if you click on new and then dock channel bar, we have a channel for it. Okay, so it's not like you have to download a program. There it is. There it is. Okay, and it is a subscription. EFB3. You have to. It's a excuse me, $49 a month. It's a subscription. And you sign up for it. When you click on that go no go channel, you'll it says add go. First of all, before we do anything, look at the videos. Okay, have to make sure it's something that you might want, and then you can add it. And it's not it's month to month. So if you don't like it after the first month, you just say don't bill me anymore. But watch the two videos. So John, it is integrated into Trade Ideas in that there's a channel exactly for it. Okay, there's nothing, you don't have to download an external program or anything. And the other thing, which sets us apart, because yes, it's not that go no go as an exclusive deal with Trade Ideas. What does set us apart though are the scans. Okay, there are all these scans that have been created. And you can also have intraday scans. These are all the daily scans. And you have to click on, you see it now though, right? EFB? Not the channel bar, the docked channel bar, docked channel bar. Okay. New docked channel bar. And there it is. So here are the scans that are incorporated into the channel, but we also have, if you click on new and then Market Explorer, click on Market Explorer, then right click, select the strategy, and go down to go no go. These are the scans here. These are the data, but we do have intraday. We do have intraday ones also. They're just not, I don't know why he didn't put them in here, but here they are. So for instance, if I, go strengthening, not much TNA, but so we do have intraday. That's what kind of sets us apart from other companies that may have go no go incorporated into their platform, but we have got scans also. Okay. So the go no go again, it's an add-on. Okay, it's not part of the premium service or the standard service. It's an add-on, $49 a month. Okay. But once you do it, then you have access to that channel. Okay. Mine is not, or the one in the channel, Pepe? In the channel. Okay. Well, let me take a look. When you say that, let me take a look and figure out what you mean by that. Ah, you were right. You were 100% correct. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. You got to click on an alert. So you have to click on an alert. When it starts out, it's just, yeah, maybe, is that what you meant? Because when you click on the alert, the shading is in. If you're talking about the color changes and all, right? So in other words, it is working. It's just that when you load it for the first time, you see sort of normal OHLC. You have to click on an alert in order to get the shading, as you call it. So are we good? Okay. And again, guys, the reason we charge for it is because it's not our technology. Okay, we're licensing it from Go No Go themselves, and so of course, we have to pay them for it. Yes, I should have clicked on that, Edward, in our YouTube room. So yeah, SLRX is moving, and there it is. See, this is what I'm talking about, guys. Look at some of these percentages that you can get in here. 22%. Look at the crazy low float, 597,000 in the float. But I'm going to keep saying this, okay? As far as the Go No Go is concerned, click on the channel, and now if you don't see the pop up, excuse me, click on the docked channel bar. Okay, so when I click on Go No Go, now what happens for me anyway? This pops up on another channel, another monitor. It's possible it is behind all of this. Okay, for you. You would just have to move this around a bit. Okay, it's possible it's hidden behind. I don't know, but if you see it front and center, fine. But watch the two videos. Watch the two videos. Take a look at this. This is a sort of a real simple, quick idea about what it's supposed to do. But please watch all this before you before you make a decision to take out a subscription to it. Wow, Virt, guys, Virt. Not a rocket ship like Silo, but I'll take it. All right, market. So that was short-lived. I guess that was short. Or that was short. I can't remember which was short-lived now. Yeah, maybe the 1045 one. It looked like it was might have. I think it was talking about wouldn't it be fun or interesting if they just wiped out that red bar. Did not do it. So the question in our YouTube room: does Go No Go supply the? Well, we supply the. I mean, again, it's an add-on, but once you subscribe to it, it's in our channel, the Doc Channel Bar. Okay, so nothing for you to do. You click on it, and these charts are, I mean, it's like they're within trade ideas, right? So you don't have to do anything. Yeah, the streak is definitely over, Pepe. Yeah, I was muted. So what I was saying on the Virt, guys, this is a classic alpha stock. Okay, I waited for that 27 break again, but it's an alpha stock. Look what the market's doing. Look what it's doing. It doesn't care, reasonably. I mean, I'm not saying if the market just gives up 1,000 points, but right now it doesn't care what the market's doing. Market's down, Virt up, and Virt is it's a financial. So let's again, is this a disconnect going? Actually, today we don't have the disconnect. The Dow is also down. Nas is down. We had a big disconnect yesterday because the Dow was up quite a bit. Nas was down a huge amount. But let's take a look at XLF. Let's see what the financials are doing. So yeah, I mean, this is Virt. Virt is a financial, but look what the financials are doing. So this is really, I mean, it's not a bank. I don't think it's a bank. Sort of like a broker, sort of. I mean, all I know is that it says financial, but it's not a bank, I guess. But just a nice, nice move. Wow, ZVSA. I thought that was the ZVIA or whatever, the one that was under $1. But no, this is ZVSA. Now, before I forget about it, let's see where this one could open. GNTA. Now the volume really has to pick up. I anticipate it will. It's only 39,000 right now, and it'll open right now if it is a 5-minute halt, and it is. Yeah, that's a little too spready right now. Verts Lake Citadel. Okay, thank you, John. Yeah, so this is not something I'll touch. This pullback is way too much. I mean, it may pop through 540, or what was it, halted at 542 again, but it's just too much for me, and the spread is too much. So it's off. It's not for me now. And the volume is only 54,000. When did ZVSA get halted? So this is I don't see the halt for ZVSA. I see the resume. Now, I think, is it possible that the volume when it got halted was under 20,000 shares? Because that's my minimum. I see this, it looks like all the volume today is right here. So it's possible that when it got halted, it was under 20,000 shares. That's why it was not showing up for me. So I'm still kind of holding out on the Infy, guys. I mean, where's Infy? Is it anywhere here? Oh, right there. So yeah, I got up to 22, got up to 2260 or so. That's the high of the day. I'm going to put an alert there, okay, and see if it takes out that high of the day. These were the two that I really was wanting to follow: the Infy and the VIRT. A couple of earnings plays had room. Both of them had room. That's what made them attractive to me. You know, most of these banks have done pretty well, especially these regional banks. Let's take a look at KRE. Yeah, I mean, it's still up. I mean, it's fading a little bit, but still up. The regional banking ETF. Excuse me. And I say that because, you know, I'm seeing some, there's another regional bank, FR. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. I'm sorry. This is a regional, this is a real estate. I'm sorry. I thought this was a bank. Yeah, so this is what I'm seeing on the go no go chart for Infy. So if we get a color change, you know, we can see this color is this light green, pea green, as I call it. We get a color change, get to that blue, that might give me the opportunity to go long. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, I'll put an alert at 2237. Okay. So that's going to put an alert at the top here. If I get the alert, of course, it'll pop up on my screen, and then I'll be able to see if that color actually changed. The other thing, guys, you can do, I mean, if you've got a watch list of symbols that you just like to follow, you can use go no go all day long on those, just on those, and see if you can find setups all day long on those stocks. And so, yeah, William, to continue our discussion about 3 days down, I mean, I would absolutely then use our consecutive days down filter, put it at 2 max, you know, I would put, you could put 2 in the min and the max. So it'll be at least down 2 days the day before. And then when you click on it, on the symbols that are showing up, see if today is down also. And then at least that'll, now I don't know if it has to be down on news, like an earnings play or something else. Certainly during earnings season, you could do that easily. All right. Well, I was just talking about FR, guys, and this just showed up on the gap up and go. All right. So GNTA just got halted, I guess, on the way down, maybe. Now, I do see that it popped. Yeah. All right. Let's take a look, see if the color changed. Not yet. And this is what I mean right here. Okay, I'm just waiting to see if we can get a blue, which I'll probably take the trade. I will take the trade, and I'll just see. Now the issue is, where would I put my stop? So the low here, 22.28 in this area right here. And Bezavi, I'm using a 5-minute chart. Okay, also. I don't know what time frame you're using. Yeah, I was checking earlier to see if this was shortable for me, but it's not. SLRX got all the way up here, 293, 237, just not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Sorry, Bakir, nobody's answering regarding Trade Zero. There may not be a lot of Trade Zero people, customers in either of the rooms. Where are you in SOUN, Shady? Let's take a look. I know you said you're in it. I know you said. Oh man, Luke, I didn't. I don't know if you're still around. 1029. You asked that question a long time ago. I was sorry I missed it. I don't. Are you still around? What about the bots? Can you tell me a little bit about them, what they do, and how good are they to use? So I'm sorry, Luke. I see you asked that question at 1029. I'm sorry I missed it. Look at NAAS. Oh, kicking myself on that one. The alert was at that 6 break for the second time, and it just completely turned my head for maybe, I don't know, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, and by that time it was way over 6. Yeah, so Mohammed, for the test drive, no real code. I mean, here's the link to get in. Okay, if you're talking about a link, Mohammed. So Mohammed in our YouTube room asking for a link for the test drive. I'll put this in the rooms too. Remember, it starts tomorrow. So if you are at all interested in trade ideas for $7.77, you'll have access to the program between July 19th and July 29th. Okay. So it starts tomorrow. So if you sign up for a day, basically you're pre-registering. Please don't bug our support people saying, hey, I just signed up. Where's my data? You'll get the data starting tomorrow. And then of course the contest also will be next Wednesday to Friday. You can take part in the contest. You don't have to, but you can take. Why not? $3,000 first prize. Well, the only prize, Amazon gift certificate. Okay. And again, I reiterate, when the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. There's nothing to unsubscribe from. Good question, Daniel. If you're a premium, what has happened in the past? I don't know. I guarantee what you can do. Just give me. Okay, so this is the Brokerage Plus window. So when the contest starts, so I would be looking at this certainly Monday morning or Wednesday morning early, because you will see I don't know what they're going to call it. They might call it AI in July or something like that, because you have to be connected to the right account. Oh, Michael Storm, no. Anybody who's premium, you don't have to pay for the contest. Okay. Anybody who's a premium subscriber right now, you do not have to pay for the contest. This is how you will be doing your trades. You can see I took this one. I can't remember when I was demonstrating 400 shares of CNK at 1887. So what I really need to see is the total. There we go. That's a little better. So yeah, it's just all these columns you can add. And this is a simulator. Okay, this is what you'll use to do when you're in the contest. What's the difference between Master Challenge and Test Drive? Well, I think the Master Challenge is just what they were calling the contest. Okay. The Test Drive is the Master Challenge. I don't know what they're going to call it. They might be calling it AI in July or something like that. But the Test Drive is just the ability to have access to the full premium service. And then within the Test Drive, there's the contest, which is, I think they used to be calling it the Master Challenge, something like that. Okay. Okay, guys. So in about 14 minutes, Steve Gomez will be taking over from me. So what I'll do now is I will put the YouTube link in to the main room, so you can head over and listen to Steve. Steve's the originator of the Trades of the Week. Just give me a moment. Okay, so there is the YouTube link. He's not there yet. Don't go yet. So here's another example of, the color change, PSNL. So you can see the little pullback here, little light green, and then it turns blue. And so you can take that trade. Well, you do what you want, of course, but the idea then is that at around 250, 251, this area, that's a signal to potentially go long. And, in this case, again, it worked. And you could put your stop, at maybe the low here. I'm not in this. Okay, I'm not in this. But this is what I'm saying. What I'd be doing, if I weren't kind of moderating at all, I'd be probably spending a lot more time maybe on these ones, and then putting price alerts. and to see if we get and see if we get a color change at one of the price alerts. Kind of like what I've done with the Infy, INFY. Where's my music? So, any questions before I take my break in about 12 minutes? And I always think it's a good idea to head over to YouTube because we all have different trading styles. We have 5 days of the week, 5 different traders take over for me Monday to Friday. And again, we all have different trading styles. Steve is definitely way more of a swing trader, but he's a short-term swing trader. And he'll explain all that. More of a short. I'm not saying he doesn't have anything long-term, but he is more of a short-term swing trader. Is that a question, Nasky, in our YouTube room? Do you mean to say yes, or is this TES? Is that a symbol? So it's not a symbol, okay? Okay, well, Steve will be taking over for me in about 10 minutes, but you can ask a question now. If you have a question, you can ask now. So, Daniel, what I would do is open the Brokerage Plus window and take some and practice in our simulator taking some trades so you understand the mechanics of doing it. Okay, you're going to get set for this test drive or the contest. You probably should just take some trades in the simulator, just so you get the mechanics down of how to do it all. It's not hard, but let me do one right now for fun. So let's say I wanted to take Silo. Okay, so there's Silo right there. There's the bid ask. Let's take interesting. This is there we go. Let's take 500 shares. I'll go in at the ask. It's only a penny spread. Again, this is just demonstration. Okay, so taking it at 366, you click the buy button, and then you have to click the send button. Okay, so there you are. So now I'm in this one in the simulator. No, you cannot connect to Fidelity. Okay, the only two brokers you can actually connect to when you are using Brokerage Plus is Interactive Brokers or E-Trade. Okay, but remember, with Fidelity and others, when you click on a symbol, like now we're talking trading for real. We're not talking about using the simulator. When you click on a symbol, it should load into your order entry in Fidelity. And then you trade from that's what I do with it. I don't use Brokerage Plus to trade. When I click on a symbol, it loads into my Interactive Brokers platform, and from there I trade it. Okay. So where consists this simulator? It's not really a simulator session, Nasky. It's just, I was just demonstrating, how you can use our simulator. You need our standard service, and this uses our real-time data. There is a video on how to connect, yes, to interactive brokers. Let's see if I can find it for you. You know what? I think I deleted it, my link for it. Because I haven't had a question like that in so long. So, but in our guide, I'm pretty sure it's there. So let me just make sure. I'm pretty sure it must be there. When you signed up for the chat room, did it automatically, when you say a free account? No, I don't think so. You mean in our web? Thank you. Okay, good. Here you go. It's in the guide, but Pepe just gave me the link for it. So here it is. It's in the guide though. Here's the link for it, Bezavi. Okay. Thank you, Pepe. I knew it was in the guide somewhere. Connect to interactive brokers. Thank you for that, as always. I don't think it automatically created I don't think so, Christopher. I don't think it automatically creates a free account. I think you have to go through the steps of creating a. You're not, and again, you're talking about in our, I don't even remember what we call it. We don't talk about it too much here because nobody really needs that here. Because, we all have our own scans and everything in the free account. It gives you a taste about what you can do. Can I make a 2-minute recap, Nasky, of what though? First of all, I'll be taking off in about 5 minutes, so Steve might be able to do it for you. But when you say a 2-minute recap of what? You're talking about the simulator? If you're talking about the simulator, I can very quickly. I just demonstrated how to take a trade in the simulator. If you have to have our service, of course. You have to have our standard service. And then you click from our toolbar, click on New, and then Brokerage Plus. And then this window will pop up. Here's our simulator. You may have different column headers, but this is what it looks like. And, just what I did. You just click on an alert. Something you might want to trade. Take a look at NAAS. You just click on it. Click on NAAS. The symbol shows up. This is a drop-down menu. You can either pick from the menu or put in the exact number. Oh, no. This is not there's no recap of today's session, okay? I mean, we talk about so many different things. The only thing I talked about at the very, very, very beginning was keeping an eye on VIRT and INFY. But no, there's no real recap. I've been going since, time is it now? 3 hours. Well, Steve can go over the simulator, I think, but, I just like I did. I mean, you just bring it up, click on an alert. If I want to trade 400 shares of NAS right now, the bid ask is not bad. Click buy, send, I'm in the trade. Okay, that's it. That's it. Want to get out of a trade? I just highlight it. Want to get out of silo? Highlight it, flatten it. That gets me out of a trade. Okay, out of the trade. It's really pretty simple. And that is that. That's a done deal, William. Okay, so that's the idea. So Steve will be in the room in about 2 minutes. And let me put my announcement up here. Just give me one moment, Steve. I hear you. I hear you're in the room. Just give me one moment. Okay, guys. So Steve is in our YouTube room right now. Okay, so you can head over. I put the YouTube link in, so you can head over and listen to Steve. I will put myself on mute now. And now I can welcome Steve Gomez into our YouTube room. How are you today, Steve?
Sure, I'm good, and I'm just completing the task of getting my layout up there on the YouTube.
Okay.
Hopefully that works. Yeah, I see it. I'm good.
Okay. So Nasky's been asking me some questions. You might want to help him. He says he has the service but not using it. So I guess the question is why not? But you can ask him that question and maybe get him started.
Sure, of course. What time is it? Yeah, right on the button. Look at that. Enjoy cleaning your floors today?
Yeah. Let's see. Video to do, exercise to do, water the plants and the lawn, and then try to sneak in 10 minutes of cleaning. So
quite a
I'll
list.
be back at 5-2 for you, though. Okay.
Sounds good. All right.
Bye-bye.
See you. All right. Hello, everybody. Hello, Nowski. So the purpose of the next hour, all right, every day at 12 Eastern, one of us will come in for the whole hour, and the only purpose is dedicated to the Q&A session, the chat. Questions, helping people look for the configuration setting they might want or helping them with any issues they might have. So that's why you're here. That's why I'm here. So specifically, what it is you're looking for, ask away, and I'll do my best to answer. Obviously based on your time frame or what type of trader you are, long-term, short-term swing, or you can just let me know what questions you have, and I'll do my best to answer and demonstrate. That's the purpose. I always kind of start off with just talking about the market in general, and what was strong last week is now a hot potato. Nobody wants it this week. Technology, that's a vicious gap down and follow through here in the NASDAQ, which was once strong. Very busy, but pity not to use. Yeah. I would say this, right off the bat, I don't know if you're a premium or a standard subscriber, but, we want to remind people that the premium AI is, if I can find the AI window, here it is. And I've actually got it up. The premium AI, by right-clicking and saying show long-term trades, will bring up these thumbnails. And these are continued ideas that were called in the past. You can see the arrow right there, the buy. So this is more of a, I can't afford to look at the market every day or every minute of every day. What you're saying, here's a sell, a short sell that's worked. So these thumbnail charts keep you reminded, or keep these stocks in play, I mean to say. Again, these are all prior recent AI calls, and they're continuing to perform well. So we want to remind people that that is available to them. And again, that's assuming that you're on the premium version. The standard version is used more by people who kind of know what they want to scan for. For instance, all of these scans I have here have a purpose. all of these red boxes here are stocks that are pulling back today and hitting their 10 SMA. And I like to buy big pullbacks. Matter of fact, I'm alerting myself to this one, SMR. It's a stock I've talked a lot about, trading around, buying in and selling out and waiting for the pullbacks. And I kind of had a feeling that this time it would blow through the 10 SMA and maybe come back to the 20. So I'm eyeballing this. I've got a blue line alert, and the blue line will tell me exactly when the price is reached, and I will discretionarily decide if I want to enter a third or half size position there and start a new position. Yeah, Nasky, every day, like tomorrow is Andy, and Andy is very similar to myself, primarily because we've known each other forever and our trading styles are the same. I've probably already exchanged 50 messages with him this morning on trading and what we're doing. We're letting each other know what we're doing all the time. So Thursday and Friday, myself and Andy will always be here to talk more about swing trading and longer term trading. Chris is here on Monday. He's the expert on the product and Brokerage Plus and custom formulas. Tuesday is Michael, and he's the one who does the swing trading, the weekly swing trading TI strength. So he's the algorithm math expert in-house. Wednesday is Jamie, who we've also known forever, who's also more of a short-term oriented trader. So you get a different flavor throughout the week of different instructors, but we're all been doing this for a while and using the product for a while. So Andy is just telling me, let's get into it, that he's buying more DJT. I always type in the wrong box. Okay, so I didn't want any part of this. Matter of fact, though, funny story, I did have my daughter's account, and I had her in a small bit in her 401k of DJT, and I forgot about it. And so I woke up that day and go, oh, quick, good, I can sell some of her DJT. And I haven't touched it until today. All right, why? Well, a couple of reasons. There's an interesting story going on out there. There might be some shorts trapped in this trade. We don't know. But technically, that's all I really care about. I want to know what the price is doing relative to my favorite indicators. And as you can see, this blue line, the 5-day SMA, is rising. And this is really going to be an inflection point. This morning, it dipped down towards it. I nibbled some. And then I bought some more up near highs. It pulled back on me. So I'm in the money. But I'm sitting now in a new position in DJT. And I'm looking for a strong bounce off of this 5-day moving average. Ideally, I can hold it for today if it works and then fade out of it tomorrow. That's a lot of moves on the chessboard, but we'll see. I also did the same thing with GameStop. Let me tell you a funny story about GameStop, then I'll get to the questions again. I was in GameStop for a while. Might have even called it out last week when I was in it. But I made a keystroke error right here above. Oh, no, not there. I'm sorry. It was back here on this day, 2 days ago. It was 2 days ago. I made a keystroke error at 28, and I sold my entire position. I wasn't paying attention. I was kind of selling some things, and I didn't intend on selling that. I thought, oh boy, watched it go higher and just kind of lamented that. I said, well, it's getting ahead of itself yesterday. Here's yesterday. Let's just watch for a big day of selling, and maybe if it comes back down, I'll start getting interested. Well, I nibbled 1/3, and that's what I want to mention here is when you come in on these pullback buys to a trend line or to a moving average, you don't want to come in guns blazing full size. So I like to do it in thirds. So I bought a third of GameStop just in the area, the general vicinity. Big, strong candle broke through the 5-day. But 1/3 is not going to hurt if it goes lower. I almost expect it to go lower because I'll be waiting down here at the 10 SMA where that blue line is. I'm going to set that blue line. And if that blue line goes off, I'm going to add to it. So what I'm getting at here for trading purposes is on these pullback buys, you don't just plunge in the deep end. You kind of wade in the shallow end and walk down the steps and slowly kind of add to it as needed or not. All right. Back to questions. I am standard anchored VWAP swing monthly. Okay, I'll go over some anchored VWAP trades. Navsky. Hello, Leon. Very good trade of the week, but still run. Let's talk about that. I did make a video. I don't know who saw it. Trade of the week obviously, over the weekend, news gapped up as well. There's a rumor there's shorts stuck in rum. Didn't know any of that at the time when I wrote it and submitted it. So it was completely lucky. But the problem is, this was the entry down here on this day right there above that line. That was Friday. We gapped way up. So what I tell people is wait for this 10 SMA on the 15 to come into play. And then what I was just talking about, nibble in 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. Okay, we didn't get the price we wanted here, but if you wanted it, this is how I played it. And guess who faded out of it as it was getting crazy? I did. So I actually traded it in that short of a term. I'm not in it currently, but I'm kind of doing the same thing with DJT and looking, as long as it holds that blue line, I'm going to be happy. Under the 50 DMA. Yeah. So let me go back to that, Leon. Under the 50-day. Yeah, it was still under when I was calling it. So I think I know what you're getting at. I was going to suggest, even in the article that I wrote, I said suggest or expect sellers at that 50-day SMA. And I also bought my initial third on that pullback at the 50. And then I nibbled it a bit lower on the intraday here at the 10 SMA. So these are my two key buying points. And I mentioned it in the video. I nibbled 1/3 there, and then 1/3 there, and then the final third there, and then faded out of it. So the entries in a puzzle piece are a much better way to do it than just, like I said, cannonball in the deep end of the pool. Much better than doing it that way. Long swing intraday options. All right, we'll get to the AView app page in a minute. We'll take a look at some AView app setups, Nasky. Hi, Peter. IVP is moving today. Okay, so here's my intraday stuff. IVP is respecting this rising 5-day moving average, and it's not even touching it, which tells me it's even stronger. Let me show you something here. See this blue line? This is why I put it on the 15-minute. I can actually add one on the daily, and you'll see more clearly what it looks like on the daily when something is extremely strong. So it's extremely strong, Peter, is what I'm saying. So if we add a moving average and say 5-day moving average on the daily chart, look at this perspective. Look at that. It's almost writing it, but it's really kind of hard to see exactly where it is. So you can see the price is way now up here above the blue line. So it got close to it. But these are the exact two same indicators. One is on a 15-minute chart and one is on the daily. The reason I don't use it on the daily is because most charts don't look this strong. So Peter, if you were in this, look how it's respecting the 10 SMA, and these are the only two indicators I use. So this is the foundation. It's moving higher, doesn't want any part of getting close to this thing, and now it's hooked up again to the 10 SMA. So if you're long this thing, you just want to sit on your hands and see, hopefully, how long it takes to get back, and you want to see it test these highs. Am I saying enter it here? I'm never going to say enter a stock here or there, but I'm saying if you're currently managing that trade, this is how I would do it. And if I wanted to stay in, I would use that 5-day moving average. I'm going to turn this off because I don't need it. So we'll see in other charts how it's not as pronounced. Yeah, very strong stock, Peter. NIV top, SMR, okay, not showing up on the pullback to the 10 SMA. It's because it's below it. It's already below. See, if I put SMR in here, and if I put, let's just do it. First, so you can understand, when we look at the scan, it's got to be, I've bracketed the 10 SMA. I've done so with a 0.25 above and below, so a 0.5% envelope. So all that means is that SMR is below that envelope of the 10 SMA. I could go a step further and add that data point here in my single stock window, and it would tell us the exact value. But the point is, maybe I should change the scan to the 20. I can duplicate it and then just do the same thing, but with the 20. Let's do that just for fun. So you'd go right click, duplicate scan, and then I'm going to change the configuration to the 20 SMA. 20 SMA daily, add filter. So we'll do the same thing here. We'll go negative 0.25, positive 0.25, and let's turn off the 10 SMA. So that's no longer a filter. And we have a new scan with new ideas. And at some point, of course, we can go tree map, but at some point, SMR might show up on there. That's one way to do it, but I'm making sure I don't miss it with this blue line. It's my right click, create price alert. So I'm going to get a price alert splash up in my face and say, here it is. I could be looking at anything. I could be reading an email when this thing goes off, but that's how you would adjust that. And that's how you could duplicate that. All right, I see more questions. AI role is basically for people who are looking for ideas in real time. And I'm happy to go through like the individual names here. Now these, can be short-term or long-term. That's why the thumbnails are more long-term and these are short-term. So the first one, was a short. And what I tell people is let the AI give you the idea for the intraday trade. And this might not be for you because if you got a lot of other things you're doing and busy, this time frame might be too fast for you. But this short is in play as long as it stays below the 10 SMA. So I tell people all the time, if you trade the AI, let the AI give you the entry. Beautiful example right here. So it wasn't a chase to buy at 2604. But I would be taking some profits up here for sure. And then the remaining profits, I wouldn't let close below that 10 SMA. So it's human and machine. The machine gives you the idea in real time, but I'm saying you can be a better trader if you see this is a short now. So we want it to go down and now it broke the 10 SMA and it's curling over and you would stay in this short. These are all the mental, steps you go through. And as a human trader, because the AI can't analyze this stuff in real time, the human can. So you've got to work together. That's my sermon, Noski, on how to use the AI. You can't just rely on it. It's just another scan, but you still have to trade as a trader. And he's cheering on DJT, I think. Yeah, it's at highs, so we're happy with that. This sounds like a penny stock, but I'll look at it. KITT. So yeah, tons of volume. It's got really only 2 times normal volume, which is curious for a move like this. But who's asking that? Cy Hooper. I mean, it's respecting the 10 SMA. So again, when it stretches way up here, away from the 10 SMA, that's when I like to fade out for good profits. That's how you're maximizing your trade. Oh, and look at this. If you look left, it's being trapped and capped now. I just made that up, trapped and capped by the 50 SMA. So you got to look left. It will overshoot it, but sellers will jump back in and probably defend that level. So maybe this thing has run its course for the day. Niv Top, you're welcome. Mark, I just found you guys today. This is a perfect example on a daily as what I'm looking for. Great. These are the kind of trade ideas your software gives. Yep. We can go many different directions. I was just showing Noske, the AI tool, both intraday stuff, and these intradays will translate into the long-term thumbnail stuff. But I don't use it that much because I know what I'm looking for and I know what I want to trade. This is my watch list over here of things I'm keeping an eye on. I don't know if Patrick's here, but I gave up on any type of silver trades. They're the most frustrating mining thing ever. AG I thought was going to go. It broke. So a couple of losers for me in these two. And I got out a while ago, so I'm glad to see them go lower. I don't mind that at all. I was going to do one more thing for Noske because you mentioned anchored VWAP. So if we go to new, and this is the simplest way to do it, docked channel bar. The dock gives us the workspace, and we just go whatever we want to here. So let's just go right into load more. There he is, Brian. Anchored VWAP. So this is a custom tailored Market Explorer layout, but everything is going to be drawn for you. I'm going to turn that off so you can see the anchor in purple. We've got year-to-date anchored VWAP. We've got, there's also the splash screen. You can learn more about that when you open that channel if you have it. Subscribe to it. It's an add-on, by the way. It's not part of the whole package. But year-to-date anchored, okay, big, I like this one, anchored VWAP from Big Gap. So we look at gaps, and the purple line is always going to show us ideas. Not those. Okay, those are sneaking in there. But what we can do is we can always right-click and change, select strategy, anchored VWAP. A VWAP from IPO, those can be interesting. So you see how my tab changed there. So IBIT, there's, you wouldn't know it, but it's an IPO, and there's the blue line. All these blue lines, you basically just, oh, NNE, that's my favorite. I play that all the time, and it's breaking down. So that's telling me NNE is really weak. It's breaking down below. So you can use any of these anchored VWAP scans. The pinch is interesting. There's Patrick. Your ears are always on. Anchored VWAP pinch daily. Here it is. So these are going to draw, it's going to show you the range, the purple bottom and the purple top. And sometimes you might see a scan that's breaking out of a range. And see this one, that range held. So maybe you're a short seller who wants to fade and go against that and lean on that as a short sell. It just depends on how you want to play it. But these are the tools that are available. And again, this was the new channel bar. And you can, this is going to be our newest feature coming up, Ripster, and his cloud-based moving averages, and the go, no go charts. This is much talked about again. Splash screen, welcome, understanding. This has been a long time in the making. Looks like I don't have my colors set correctly. I'm not authorized to get it yet. Not a big deal, but that dock channel bar, new dock channel bar is a good place to start. Okay. Yeah, what's weird though, Patrick, is the way gold is like just going about its way. But for some reason, silver is that stepchild that just is being suppressed. There's so much selling in it. I still believe that it's going to have a day. It's probably a great buy right here. Probably a great buy. PSLV right off the 20 SMA. I might even do it. Got some buying power. Why not? Just nibble a little bit. Like a starter, like I said, guys, a 1/3, not normal, but just a little nibble. I'm walking in the pool using the handrail, not cannonballing into the deep end because it's in an area. Well, look at us. We're twins, Patrick. At 10:30, I just saw your post. All right. John, this is my first time here. You want to learn the ins and outs of short-term trading. Yeah, you're in the right place. It just depends, on how you define short-term trading. For me, my short-term trading is a day and a half. For instance, if this DJT really starts to squeeze and move higher today and move up into these levels and close on highs, well, tomorrow I'm going to be a seller because that's my time frame. So you got to kind of understand, what your time horizon is, whereas Barry's time horizon might be 15 minutes or an hour. And like I said earlier, everybody on this 12 o'clock Eastern hour is different in terms of their time horizons and how they trade. But we can all discuss and help point you in the right direction. I do swing trades, Mark. So today and tomorrow are good ones. Myself and Andy, we're both swing traders, and we both trade very similar to each other. And we're a lot of times in some of the same things. So yeah, if you had some questions on swing trading, I would just say I try to use very few indicators. You can get too caught up in using too many indicators. I like to use simple moving averages. I'll use anchored VWAP a lot as well if I need to. Matter of fact, let's do that. Let's bring up, I think I've got a third chart. It's not that one. Where'd it go? All right, it's this one. So let's do this. This is something that's great to do. I'll do a 60-minute chart. All right, I can't stand the pre and post have to come off. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a VWAP from this candle using 60 minutes. Brian Shannon taught me this. And all I'm doing is I'm just kind of, it's my secondary indicator. Okay, as you see, my 5-day moving average is in this 15-minute chart, and I've got my other 50 and 10, 20 over there. But I'll occasionally use this clean chart and come in and say, all right, where are the sellers underwater? Okay, so using price and volume from this gap up, it looks like it's still way above. What if I do it before the gap? I don't think it changes too much. Right there. Yeah, it's the same thing. So there's some headroom here. So now I know in my mind, like I said earlier, if this thing runs to highs, I'm going to start becoming a seller maybe tomorrow if I can get up. So maybe in my mind, I've just kind of created a target there. Why am I not seeing? That's so weird. The right and left numbers are disappearing on me. That's weird. That's a bug. I'm going to close that. And maybe I'll duplicate this. That should work better. Normally I'll do an anchored view up off the dailies too. So all I'm doing here is I'm just kind of creating a template for a third window. I don't need that anymore. I don't need that anymore. So now I have a clean chart that I can pull up at any time and use anchored VWAP. So if I continue that thought, try it off this low here on the daily. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? We got real close to support off of that low. So I'm just kind of answering like, these are some of the tools I like to use just for kind of good measure. Okay, so now I feel like there's strong support. So that goes back down there. And since I made some changes, I'm going to save my layout. What day is, yeah, so we did that. So yeah, if you have any questions on swing trading, myself today and Andy tomorrow, very similar. Now, I didn't talk about this one yet. I am short the market, and I'm happy to look over and see TZA. Honestly, I tried to do XLF as well. I can't believe it, but guess who got stopped out of FAZ, which is the inverse? I got stopped out down here this morning. So that angered me, but I'm still in TZA. And since I got stopped out of that, I added to TZA right there. I wanted some more leverage. So I've got a pretty good levered position in my other account. And this is shorting the market. The IWM Russell 2000, in my mind, got way ahead of itself, got over its skis, and I don't have a problem shorting a parabolic move as long as I know where my out is. So let's look over here. IWM's got some space. I expect buyers to show up right here. There's a gap there, and there's my 5-day moving average. I probably am not going to sell, and I'm probably not going to take any profits there because I really feel like I can get this move right here out of the Russell 2000, and then I can take profits down here as this line converges. So with this trade, I'm shorting. I'm weighted, and yesterday's candle on the close, I shorted. So I came in short today, and then like I said, I added some more to the downside around here. So now I have a full boat of going short what was been the strongest breakout. 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5 days of giant gap. Now, all I'm trying to do is catch the jump rope and catch a little breather and not get greedy. And that's it. That's all I want out of this trade. So I think that's a good start for this anyway today. The market again feels pretty weak. NASDAQ's in no man's land between its 10 and 20 SMA there. I'm gonna open these up some more. All right. SPY. Oh, SPY kind of came down and kissed on the 20-day. Didn't it? So that's where we kind of expect a little midday soft bounce here. We're seeing that on the 15-minute candles, some rejection wicks. And then when you look left, it corresponds with a solid 20-day moving average, which when something's moving up in a trend like this, I call that the backstop. It worked back here, it worked close here. But, you know, that gap down has some potential behind it. So all I'm thinking is that maybe we're just a kind of a rest stop here for the moment. We might get a midday soft bounce, but watch into the close what happens. If we close on lows, then be careful holding a lot of longs overnight. NQ almost came to the 50. Let's take a look. Oh, the NASDAQ? Right. Maybe you're looking at something else. I don't have NQ, the composite or whatever it is. I'm always confused. Oh, yeah, Dow Jones, too. We do diamonds for that. Yes, exactly. It looks very similar to what I'm doing in IWM. And look at that. That is just a organized march to the sell button. All of those people itching to take profits now. And now they're looking at yesterday. Look at this. We're at a key point here. So there's yesterday's low. And wouldn't you know it? This is how the markets are structured, guys. See that little wick? We went below it and tickled for stops to see if they could trigger any stops. And there really wasn't much follow through. So we might see just the same thing here, a little midday relief bounce. But what happens is that moving average comes in to play an hour or so later and starts to throw the price back down. That's what I see. That's what I look for. On the daily, yeah, those are ugly too. If it closes lower, it wouldn't be so much engulfing because the body of the candle isn't engulfing yesterday's. But what it would be like a reversal shooting star, I believe, or I mix the names up. All I know is that it would be ugly because when you have major reversal wicks, this is the wick. That's why I like candlesticks. At key levels after a giant run, it just makes you think even more. Yeah, that is probably going to be a reversal. And if it is a reversal, well, why not ride it for a day or so? Because that's usually what you're going to get out of it. Which brings me back full circle to my strategy. I like a day and a half. So if we close extremely weak on IWM tonight, I'm going to go to TZA because this is what I'm in. It's a triple lever. So if we close extremely weak in the IWM, which means we close on highs, there's got to be, in my mind, some follow through tomorrow. And I try to force myself to stay in for that. And then a day and a half sometimes is perfect. Because after that, it starts to get really choppy and it can go either way. I just like to catch the meat of the wave, to use a surfing analogy. Maybe a couple turns and then back out the back end and then paddle back in position. Look at the market and survey where the best entry might be. Again, and that's usually going to be some sort of a pullback, which would take me to SMR. I'm kind of licking my chops on this one. Let's see how it's being held down and stymied by the 10 SMA here. One more flush down could trigger that blue line, and I guarantee you I'll be buying some. Just kind of like I did with the PSLV there. Boy, I thought we were going to get a move up here and then a big reversal. So this is, the silver miners are extremely difficult. I probably would not recommend them for newer traders because as of late, they've been extremely difficult. Let's check in on DJT. So again, this line, this blue line is forcing, I believe, the price higher. As long as it shows me that it's forcing the price higher, I'm going to stay in this trade. And as a bonus, Any movement above this curling 10 SMA into the close today would be welcome. And then the same thing applies. If it can close on highs, then tomorrow I want to be a seller up here around 40, which would be like right around there on the daily, which would be perfectly corresponding to the 50 SMA. So I'm just kind of always looking where the brick walls are and trying to play in between them. But regardless of what we call it, Mark, that would be a very ugly candle on both the IWM, which I'm short, which started yesterday, but Dow today. It's almost like day one, like IWM. And there's our green candle. So algorithms, boy, that's a big defined line too. Look at this. Resistance, resistance, then it opened, and now it's support. So this is a huge pivot level, whatever level that is. 408.50 on the diamonds is a huge pivot, prior resistance, current support. But in my mind, this is coming in to be resolved, and this is coming. So we're going to probably get into some sort of a pinch play. And that's the pinch that I look at, the 10 SMA and this 130 SMA. There's no way to share a picture in here. I assume you mean the NAS and the Qs. That's what I'm looking at. We're getting a big bounce there too. Exactly. I have to assume if Netflix comes out good, are out of IWM back into Q, could help. I wouldn't put it past Netflix to probably do well. Oh, maybe I shouldn't speak so soon. I haven't looked at it in a while. It closed below its 50 yesterday for the first time in a while. And today, if it doesn't do much better, it could be signaling. I would call that a current that is down, a downward facing current going into earnings. So it would really have to be a good one. But this market has been doing nothing but rotation, as you probably can tell, Mark. It was rotating out of NASDAQ and strong stocks the last 5 days, and then went into when NASDAQ was down. There was that one day where NASDAQ was down 2% and Russell was up this day 3%. Huge spread when you break those two apart. And so what I did is I kind of let the IWM work itself out. And then yesterday's signal reversal wick got me in some, and it's still working for me. So what I try to do is not just look at this and go, oh my God, if I don't punch out now, I'm going to lose. No, this trade is still baking. It's like pulling something out of the oven too soon. But I fully expect this line and this line to start to create a wedge, or, create an instance where I can start to get more information and base what I want to do on how the price is reacting at those levels of interest. Netflix has dumps on earnings, it seems. So, Joe brings up a good point. Stocks have personalities, and sometimes the earnings are baked into it and people sell the news on it. And it's probably a viable scenario considering the way it looks coming into today. I'm glad you reminded me of that. I'll be watching that at the close. That certainly wouldn't help if, because we're already kind of on our heels here in the NASDAQ. Bad earnings in Netflix could be the catalyst that drives us down to the 50. And now we're talking a healthy pullback. I'm not saying the market's crashing. I'm just saying we need a healthy pullback to build a new base camp. So those are my thoughts in general. See what's going on in my other stuff. DJT still hanging in there. Again, I nibbled on game, remember? And this blue line triggers. That's basically means it's time to buy more, because I'm accumulating a position. If I don't get that position down there, then what? Well, then I watch to see how it handles up here. And then maybe I have to add on some reversals back above moving averages. But it kind of bothers me that I got stopped out of the XLF inverse this morning. Look at that thing. That's why I said, okay, well, I'll just add to my TZA then, which again, is shorting. This is shorting the Russell. The only way to share a picture, Peter, is to send us an email with a picture of your chart. Nothing will come through here in the chat on YouTube. Sorry. I heard Jamie Dimon say the same thing the other day. Can't recall what that would be. Sorry, guys. I'm actually just catching up on a few notifications here. If you want me to look at a chart, I can break it down for you and tell you what I think. It always helps to know if you're in it or not. But it feels like we're in that midday kind of soft reversal period. There's the NASDAQ quickly accelerating to its level of interest here. So I'm just keep an eye on that. So you all see that. That's where I think, sellers basically, price action breathes in, out, in, but it still has the direction at the end of the day. And if you're shorting things, if you short or add to shorts when they look really weak, a lot of times you're going to dilute your price some because it's just waiting to take a breath. And so these are the better points to short sell. Wait for the couple green candles and fade up into it. Okay, good. What's your opinion on OKLO? Let's take a look. I've never looked at that one. Oh, a nuclear power company? Okay, I think we fission reactor. See, I'm gonna have to add this to my repertoire because I've been looking for new names. Of course, I like NNE, the nano nuclear, but however, it doesn't matter how much I like it. This is but ugly right there, just breaking the 10 SMA like a branch. So this has got some resolving to do. However, SMR, the other one I spoke of, the small modular reactor, you can see I've got these blue line alerts. I want to know when it hits these levels so I can start to maybe wade into it. It's stubborn here on the intraday, but that's back to your question, though. Let's take a look at it. Okay. Let's see. New issue, huh? All right, let's play around with the new issue. Anchor VWAP. Okay. Oh, look at that. I didn't use my clean version, but that purple line you can all see. Why are the sellers showing up here? What is it about this level that the sellers don't like? Well, when we impose, and this is why I was doing earlier, the anchored VWAP on IPO, because the IPO is about as certain as a date that everybody involved can get their hands around. And what's key of the anchored VWAP is that it's a sentiment indicator. It's anchored and keyed off of a certain event, earnings, a reversal low, a giant gap, year to date, or in this case, very first trade, IPO. So I hope that gives you some insight, Joe. That's a good bit of information we just got. And you want to keep an eye on that level anchoring that first IPO, because if it ever does turn around and give you a green candle that closes above that purple line, well, then everybody is feeling on the short side, on the wrong side of the boat. So for now, the sellers are in control at that line, and there's no coincidence about it. Let's just put it that way, because like I said, the anchored VWAP from IPO is probably one of the more solid indicators there are, because there's not much to go on except how's everybody feeling? Well, if you're below that purple line, you're feeling a bit anxious. You're feeling like, okay, I'm nervous. We need to get back. If you're feeling above that purple line as a buyer, you're feeling, okay, I'm more comfy now. Hopefully people, the buyers will have my back and they'll buy those pullbacks into the purple line. So I'm glad you brought that one up. Yeah, so right up here is when the algos that run these markets, they're programmed and they use VWAP as a key input. And so once that price slammed up into there, and usually it's so hard, these opening morning drives, if you chase these opening morning green candles, more likely than not, the algos are going to get a hold of it after a half an hour or so and just make you miserable for a while. One thing I didn't say yet on this OKLO is if we zoom in, it lost its battle with the pinch, but it's a fighter down here. But you can see what I mean here. This is the actual corner we just had a cross. It's on the underside of the armpit underneath this cross, and that's weak. You need to get some closing candles back above here for at least an attempt to bring it back above that daily VWAP. On the AI stuff, can we look for daily setups or just intraday? Let me go back to my AI window, because as you see, if you right click and go to the menu, show long-term trades. And it's going to give you a tile set of 5. You see how I'm working through these tiles? But what it's doing is it's showing you these are stocks that were previously called, but we're keeping them on your radar. We're keeping them on your radar. And these are solid names. So you could go, oh, look at this. Let me click that thumbnail. Here we go. And oh, there's the daily. Look at that. This is a strong name. It's been called since down here. But this is kind of what I've been talking about, right? Pulling back into moving averages. So it's just another subset of ideas. But all they really are continuations of strong stocks that were once called within the last month or so, or a few weeks, by our AI. So it's like, don't lose sight of these names. That's how you'd want to use that for the AI stuff, Mark. Good question, Leon. Because I was in MindMed for a while, it's one of the stocks I dearly love, their business model, what they do. And the thing that scares me sometimes is the fact that their main competition is big pharma, and you don't want to mess with them. But I was all over trading around the stock and in it, participating back here, as I often do. Once they break this 50-day moving average, I just kind of sit back and say, okay, like that NNE or the other ones, if they're just going to wallow around for a while. But I missed this move. I'm not in this move. And it is showing that it's coming back to life, regardless of what news says. Now, what I kind of expected to do is to just chop around here, because it expelled a lot of energy, as you can see, getting from down here. This was the tickle low right there. And you can also draw an anchored VWAP off those lows. That's a key area. So you anchor that, and it's way below. So we're way above up here. We're kind of in thin air. And so I fully expect a bit of consolidation to just occur. And I will be watching, like what's going to happen when the 10 SMA comes up. I'm probably going to be laying in wait. That's a nice little pocket right there above the 50 and the 10 SMA cross. If it settles into that pocket, that's like a bird in the hand that might be ready to go. So what I'm not going to do is just chase it up here and then watch it turn red for a few days on me as it chops around. I want to wait for my pitch, which again might be right down around this $8 level. If it has, especially on an open, like if it drives down on the open and you're salivating to be a buyer, if they do that on the open, that's even better. It's usually you're working along with the algos. They're driving the price down to a level where the buyers are, the smart buyers, and you want to participate in that. At the end of the day, not so much. So that's my thinking on my med. It's definitely turned the corner, Leon, and the more days it can stay above this 50-day SMA and this starts to flatten out, and then we get our 10 SMA cross, I'd like to be a participant right in there. Okay, I think we're caught up on questions. All right, you're welcome, Leon. How's my DJT doing? Are the short sellers getting scared? That's what I want to see. I want to see some nice upwardly climbing of the 10 SMA on my 15. And, again, 1, 2, 3, 4 days to kind of resolve this. And it seems like a pretty solid level. We did an anchored VWAP off this low, I think right there. So again, that gives me comfort. There it is. That purple line gives me comfort that I've got buyers down here near the lows. So I'm going to stay in this. And just know that if it closes strong today, I haven't sold any. But tomorrow, I'm going to flip to the sell side. All right. Thanks, Mark. Come by tomorrow for Andy if you want. Okay. So what's our out, Joe? You bought it at 36, a great price, good price. So look at what's happening here. You're almost getting to the point where your out is a break even, because this rising 130, which is the 5-day moving average, is very close to your entry. And it's 36 seems like a solid spot. So it's almost like you're playing with the house money now. You got to be patient and stick around and see if this can resolve higher. But you have to also resign yourself that if it does break down, you're just going to scratch this trade. And ideally, you do want to stick around and see how it behaves with the 5-day. That's what I'm going to use as my my downside. Can I distinguish the role of AI in your analysis from TI point of view? In principle, it's a team of 35 or so strategies that are momentum, up or down, short or long. Some are looking for pullbacks. Some are looking for new highs. And how do we determine which ones get effective each day? All right, I'll show you. New trade ideas, premium strategy. So of all those strategies, only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 made it. 3 shorts and 2 longs. So you've got a couple of different diversifications of direction here. What this means is breakout long, meaning the strategy that's been back tested by the AI numerous times, has been working well lately. And so it gets a score at the end of the night. And as long as these scores, this downward momentum actually has the best score. It's got a profit factor of 2.8, and then this other short, breakdown short, a high score. So these are the high score. Now, what you're not seeing are probably 25 or 30 other strategies that don't score well at all. So we keep them hidden and they're not activated. So once the market opens, these strategies are activated, and that's where we get into the trades. We never really know what symbols are going to come out at what time or what direction. So we go to premium strategy, and then there are the actual ideas. So I don't have the strategy up. I can't tell which ones are which. I suppose I could. For some reason, I don't have it listed. Maybe if I change to moderate, aggressive. All I would have to do is go to columns and find strategy. Breakout long, down. The downward momentums are showing up as individual trades in the way of FOR and COM, whatever it is, these met those variables to call the short trade. So That's how it works. It's like, there's a team, and then the AI decides, which team gets to go into the game and play, and then they get triggered in real time, but we never really know what symbol or what time. Yes, there's a chat. Well, there's not a challenge yet, Joe. We're starting what's called a test drive tomorrow, the 19th. It's a 2-week trial, and it's going to culminate at the end of the month with a 3-day simulated trading trial. And the simulated trading trial is going to use our Brokerage Plus simulator. I believe we're going to be able to do it on the web too. Don't quote me on that. But you're only going to be able to participate, not in the stocks that you want to trade. You're only going to be able to participate in the trades that come out, not even the long term. Sorry. Anything on here, anything on this window, you say, I like this REP. I'm going to trade this one. Or maybe this one just came out today. You like this one. It's going to force people to kind of recognize the setups they like and manage trades that's given to them in real time. What is your confirmation on the pullback to the 10 SMA? I want to see it close. I want to see the price quickly bounce at that level and start to build on that level. It doesn't matter if it trades through it, but it's got to back up and close back above that level. That's acceptable there. So, Barry.
Yes, you said something interesting.
Yeah, it happens.
Does that mean they can trade any previous AI alert?
Yes.
Well, I thought it was just.
Yes.
Oh, I did not know that. So it's not just the ones for that happen on the Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday.
Yeah, we come through here and go SRAD. Hey, I'm liking this SRAD. Look, it's going back here.
Well, that makes it a
Bam, I'm going long. Yes. There's much more palette available to the traders than maybe you have realized.
Yeah, I did not know that. Is that actually in the description?
I'll double check. When I hang up and we go to the marketing meeting, we can always add it to the landing page.
So dog channel bar. So I'm going to go to AI and where's the AI? Should be at the top. Holly AI. Okay, so they can trade anything that they see. Anything that they see.
Opening it up. Yep, anything they see. They've already got it spelled out for you. Yep, that's why it's there at the bottom right.
I did not. Yep. So they can trade S if they want. They can trade L if they want. I'm sorry.
Yep.
I'm sorry. They can trade CGBS. They can trade FDMT. They can trade anything they see, any symbol that's in that channel. Okay.
And so we'll be watching, of course, behind the scenes. And if somebody's kicking butt, we'll say, okay, they're in this. Okay. We'll double check. That's kind of how it works.
Okay. Thank you. I did not know that. I did not know that. Well, that makes it a lot better because, you never know how many alerts we're going to get. And
that's exactly the point. Yeah. We want to spread it out a little bit better. We want to also remind people that this function is there and can be useful.
Right. So. Okay. All right, Steve. Well, I know you want to take off. So you're going to be, so you can verify that for me for sure, right?
I'll verify that it's listed on the rules and the landing page and all that. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thanks. We'll see you next week.
All right.
Will we? It's Wednesday next week for you, or Thursday. You still do it during the contest, right?
Yeah, we'll still do
it. Okay, cool. Okay, thanks. We'll see you next week then.
Great.
All right, guys, I have something that I did not know. So just give me a moment. I'm going to get my music going. So Nasky, I'll answer that question. It's basically technical analysis, hardly any fundamentals at all. Okay. No news because, news to us is, I don't mean it's totally irrelevant, but a lot of times when a stock is moving, sure, it might be because of news and you can always check to see why a stock might be moving, but no, there's no news scan or anything like that. Now, when you look at VIRT today, you could, there's news on it because there's an earnings play as an example. Okay, I don't know. I'm not going to check the other ones, but I think even FOR is an earnings play. Yeah, FOR is an earnings play. We'll probably see a lot of earnings plays in the AI. Guys, I just found something out that I did not know. So for this contest next week, the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I thought it was only limited to the ones that you will see in the AI Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, but it is not. It's anything you see in our channel, okay, in the AI channel. So these are all past, some of them are past AI alerts, right? So anything you see here, you can trade. Okay, there's a JMIA, XPOF, SOI. Anything you see here, you can trade. If it was an AI alert and it's in here, has to be in here. So, which is good because I wasn't sure. I mean, what if, tomorrow I only get 2 alerts, and the next day we only get 3 alerts. So it expands a little bit more about what you can actually trade in the contest. Okay. And I did not know that. Steve Gomez, when he was taking over for me in our YouTube room, he mentioned that. So yeah, Nasky, I would say it's almost. I don't look at. In fact, the Holly Neal for sure. There's no fundamentals in there at all. It's all about gaps. It's all about technical. Very, 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 very little. In fact, I will go on a big limb and say it's only tech analysis. Okay. But like I do all the time, if I get an alert, I don't care if it's the AI or anything else. I'm always checking to see, well, I wonder if there was any news on it. And can that news, then I have to make up my mind. Do I think that news, whatever the news was, can it maybe sustain it for the day? Not necessarily all in the same direction, but the enthusiasm, that is just, the volume is just not going to dry up. So, I use VIRT as an example. I mean, the volume is still, it's been dwindling somewhat. But it's an earnings play, so it's going to be active, should be active all day. Now I do see this LTRY, guys. LTRY just showed up. Lottery.com. So it got into the 200-day moving average and fell off it. There are shares. Oh man, too bad. There were shares available for me to short at Interactive Brokers. So the contest, it's a stock picking contest. Okay, that's what it's all about. It's a stock picking contest. You're limited to but only to the trades that you see here, stocks that you see here. You don't have to trade into direction, so just because, Holly this is a long VIRT, but if you looked at that and said, you know what, I want to short it, it's up to you. And you don't have to take the trade right on the entry. It's just a matter of you trade these symbols, however you trade them is up to you. And plus, though, as I exhibited before, in the channel itself, there are other symbols that were previous AI alerts that you can also trade. It's just trying to get you to focus on the AI. And again, it's a 3-day contest. Whoever makes the most money at the end of the 3 days wins a $3,000 Amazon gift certificate. We've run the contest. I think this might be the 5th one. It's either the 5th or the 6th one. And if you're a premium subscriber, you can take part in the contest for free. If you're a standard subscriber, what I would do is I would sign up by tomorrow, because you'll have access to our full program and I'm just talking in general, Nasky. I don't know what level of subscription you have, but you can sign up today and you'll have access to the full premium service between July 19th and July 29th. Well, Chewy is a buyout, Bezavi. So I can almost tell you, it's a buyout. Question is it a good swing trade? It's a buyout. So and there's your clue, the fact that it's flatlining. All right, guys, I'm out of the Virt now. Also, I'm not in anything right now. Now start to concentrate on maybe some of the ones that were really active early, and maybe later on. And then like this IVP. What is this one doing? So this one has a chance. Okay, I mean, if it gets back up to that high, excuse me, to the high right there, that is what, 1267. Yeah, so if it gets back up to that high in that area, it might, and on some volume, it might just shoot right through that high of the day. And then the challenge, of course, would be the next high looking left, which is almost 15. So what I'm going to do is I won't wait till it hits, I may not do it at all, but I'll just put a price alert, around 1242 or so, just to let me know if it is at least starting to move in that direction. Yeah, Barnes and Noble, it's been a really strange one to me that has been as active as it has been. Now, I think this turned into a memer this week because I mean, come on, it got up to 130. Or is this? No, this is not. I don't know if is that reverse split adjusted maybe? I don't remember it being up here. I don't remember it being up at 137. I wonder if that is a reverse split adjusted. Yeah, so that's right. So 5 times. Yeah, that makes sense. So well, this is a new it'll never have a relative volume DAC. It's an IPO. So the relative volume will be at 1 the whole day more than likely. Okay? Because it has it has no reference. So this is an IPO, okay? So this is an IPO, $16, 12 million shares. So it's, as we speak anyway, there's not a lot of enthusiasm, okay? Because if the IPO was priced at 16, it's just a little bit under. Now, that doesn't mean that later in the day, I'm going to put an alert up at the high here, and maybe it takes it out later on. Yeah, it has no reference, okay? So it'll stay at 1 all day. Now here's the IVP. Now, again, I just wanted to know if it was starting to move up. So now the next step is put another price alert as it gets maybe closer to the high of the day. And let's see, though, we need volume. Look at this. We need volume. So, John, you can look at this right now, okay? This is when you say you're new to trading, pretty new to trading. I don't know if you've taken a look at the series of videos that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas created. It's all free. You don't have to look at every single one, but let me just show you what I'm talking about. And this is John in our YouTube room. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, and I'll go over everything actually one last time, but if you click on my homepage link, you see where it says Trading 101, series of videos, all free. You can take a look at that. You don't have to look at every single one probably. I mean, the first one starts off with, what is a stock? So you probably don't have to look at that, but it gets more complex as you go through the videos. Talks about, support and resistance trend lines and all those sort of things that you might be interested in. Candlestick reading, chart reading is very, very important. So, I mean, the thing, John, is that, Trade Ideas is called Trade Ideas for a very good reason. It generates ideas, but there's no point in having the idea if you don't know, and you click on it and you look at the chart and you have no idea what you're seeing. Okay. So that is we're not, that's really what it's all about, is knowing, getting the idea generated, because it's something that you might want to look at because it fits your, the type of stock you want to see, maybe the right price range, the minimum volume, things like that. Okay. So you're zeroing in on stocks that you might want to see, but now comes the hard part, really. Now that you're seeing it on a chart, what is it trying to tell you? Now, for $7.77, you can try us out. I mean, it's not going to hopefully break your bank, right? So you'll have access to the full premium service. Yeah, I can submit the link to the contest. Well, the contest and the test drive, okay? If you're going to do the contest, you might as well do the test drive, because it's the same price, $7.77. So if you sign up for it, you'll have access to our full program tomorrow. Okay. Have access to the full program starting tomorrow, which is July the 19th, and it'll run to July 29th. So you'll have access to the full program, whether or not you go into the contest. The contest starts on Wednesday and runs for 3 days. $7.77, I think. I don't know why they made it cute. I think that's what it is. There's probably a numerology reason for it. I don't know. I don't get into that stuff. Let me first of all ask, somebody asked about Reddit. Now, understand, I'll have an opinion, but my opinion, I'm not a swing trader. So you say you're swinging. What's your opinion on it? Well, this week has not been great, but a lot of tech stocks are, if you call this a tech stock, this week has not been great, but depends where you're in. Depends where you're in. And what's your stop? Well, I'm an intraday trader, Joe. I'm almost 100% intraday trading. 7 is lucky, yeah. For some. Okay, good. You figured it out? Okay, Bezavi. Well, if you bought in the 50s, yeah, then you're looking good. Not, did you take any profit at all? Because, it got up to $78 this week. Did you take any profit at all? I know I would have, but, completely up to you, of course. Oh, you sold everything. Well, okay. So Nasky, you only have to pay the is it $7.99 or $7.77? Whatever it is, I guess I should take a look. $7.77. Okay, thank you. So it is $7.77. Okay, you said you only have to pay that if you want to be part of the contest. Okay. If you don't care about being in the contest, then you don't have to pay. You're already a subscriber. You're a standard subscriber. So if you don't care about being in the contest, then there's nothing for you to do. The $7.77 though gets you, as a premium subscriber, so you'll have access to the AI, whether or not you go into the contest or not. That's the main reason people are in our premium service. to have access to our AI. Aha. Okay, guys, I'm trying this one. Okay, the Infy. I'm trying it. I'm still in real test mode on this go no go. But you can see what happened. Remember, I was talking about when I would take it if the color changed from that whatever it is, cyan, little green, little bluey, whatever, to the dark blue, and that's what happened right at the 22.33 mark. Okay, 22.34. Now we'll see if this is the concept behind it. Okay, when you get a color change, and that's the strong trend now. Now, does it mean it's absolutely 100% going to work? Of course not. But this is an earnings play, so this is one of the ones I was really following. Yeah, I mean, for $7.77, you want to have access to the full premium service to see what it's all about. Basically, you're looking at the AI. You want to take part in the contest, you may as well. You got nothing to lose. You take part in the contest. And I would just make sure you're a standard subscriber now. I'm talking to Nasky in our YouTube room, okay? So you're a standard subscriber right now. You have access to this. This is part of the standard service, okay? The simulator. This is our simulator. So this is part of the standard service. And all you have to do is, and hopefully this is all in the instructions, okay? When you, yeah, I would, Joe. I mean, if you can afford a Windows computer. I mean, the Mac version. Well, there's no Mac version. I mean, you're basically using our web-based version, so there's no Mac version for the download. We're trying our best to get the web-based version as close to the downloadable version as we can. But I don't know. For instance, this screen here is not available now. There is a way in which you can do simulated trading in the web-based version using our where is it? Yeah, so there is a way when you go to your market scope. Sorry, there's a way. You're right. There's no sound. I'm having a bad day today, Pepe. I got kind of cocky after about 3 or 4 days of not forgetting that I was muted or not muting myself. Okay, so let me start again. No, it was my fault. My fault. I accidentally turned off my mic. So when you say connect, so we have a tool, or in the tool, we have an external, in the tools option, we have an external linking tool, okay? We link with many brokerage platforms. So again, linking to me means this. I click on a symbol. So if I click on VLCN, when I click on it, it automatically loads into my order entry into Interactor Brokers. From there is where I trade, okay? And then we link with many brokers. Now, if you do want to trade from with, where are you? Just give me a moment. Where is it? Just give me a moment. Okay, just give me a moment, guys. Ah, shoot, what is happening here when I'm hovering over my in the task? I nothing is popping up. I might have to do might have to reload. The difference between premium and standard NASCII is in essence this. Okay, that's the big difference. There are some other differences, but this is the big difference. You have access to the AI. Okay, that's the big difference. Some of the other differences are you have access to, you can have 20 charts instead of 10. You can have if you're into backtesting, you can take your like create a strategy using an alert window, and then you can backtest it and see how well it would have worked if you'd taken every single trade over the last up to 90 days, 63 trading days. All right, let me bring it up here. So this is the Brokerage Plus window, okay? So if you're going to do the contest, just familiarize yourself with this Brokerage Plus window. It's very simple. When you click on an alert, I'll click on Infy. The Infy shows up here. I click on the quantity box. I can either pick from this drawdown menu, or I can pick how many shares I want. Let's go 150 shares. And the bid ask, a penny. So I can go in at the ask, at the market, buy it, and send it. Okay. And now I'll be in the trade. Okay. So I'm in the trade, 150 shares, 22.43. No, you do not need premium to connect. Now, again, let's get the semantics correct. You can trade using this window if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. You can actually then connect this window to your account, and you can trade if you have an E-Trade account or an Interactive Brokers account. Okay, you don't need it. All you need is our standard service. You don't need. Okay, you don't need premium to connect. And this tool here, no, you don't need premium to connect to your broker. Okay. So these are just some examples. Now, to get out of a trade, I will flatten it. Okay, so that's basically it. So in the contest, this is easier to use than in that other screen that I showed you. But I mean, it can be done in the other screen if you do not have, if you're using a Mac. Okay, Naskio, I'm going to save you $17, okay? You do not have to subscribe to the swing picks. If you're a subscriber to Trade Ideas, you get the swing picks. Okay, and here they are. So first of all, can you hear me? No, I'm talking to Nasky though, okay? Because you don't have to subscribe to the swing picks if you are a subscriber to Trade Ideas. Doesn't matter if you're standard or premium. Oh, I understand, Joe. I'm talking to Nasky though. Yeah, I understand. Just want to make sure he can hear me because I'm trying to save him $17. Exactly. Okay. So standard, you have no access to the AI. That's exactly right. You asked what the big difference is between standard and premium. This is it. Do you want to have access to the AI and to the alerts? And like I use it like a watch list. Then you need to have our premium service. If you don't care about this, then you don't. Then standard is fine. But listen to me, okay? You say you're paying $17 for the swing picks. You don't have to do that. If you click on new from the toolbar and then click on dock channel bar, we have, where's that swing picks channel? Swing picks, okay? There's a swing picks channel. And when you click on it, these are the swing picks for the week. So you could click on that channel probably Sunday night, okay? And there are 5 if you've been subscribed to it, there are 5 every week. And so here they are. You don't need, so it's part of your subscription to have the swing picks. Okay. So what I would do is go to accounting and say discontinue my swing picks subscription. How to check to see if you need the TI update? Well, let's see. Okay, so if you go to click on Shika, so click on Tools, and then click on Options, and then click on Upgrade, and that'll tell you what your status is. Okay, so you don't have to upgrade, but that tells you what your status is. Okay, so click on Tools, Options from the toolbar. Click on Tools, Options, and then click on the Upgrade section, and that'll tell you. Okay. Well, okay, so that'll tell you if you're up to date or not. Now, as far as the anchored VWAP is concerned, Nasky, I can't tell you if you. It depends on your trading style. Some people like the concept of the anchored VWAP. Some people don't get it. So I can't tell you whether or not you need it or not. I don't use it, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't, or anybody else out there who's listening to me who likes to use it shouldn't use it. Why are you saying mute button? I'm fine. I should be fine. No, I'm fine. You guys can hear me, right? I'm not muted. Thank you, Pepe. So it's you, Bezavi. Okay, so Greg, now that you've signed up for Go No Go, okay, click on yes. Click on yes. Click on new from our toolbar. Okay, click on new from the toolbar, and then click on docked channel bar. Docked channel bar. When you do that, one of the channels is the Go No Go channel. So when you click on the Go No Go channel, this is what you're going to see. Now, I strongly recommend, if you haven't already done it, to watch these two videos. Okay, and then this is a very brief explanation what it's all about. Okay, but I would watch the channels or these two YouTube videos. Okay, if you haven't already done so. Now, if you've done so, well, here's your chart. Now, this doesn't look like the go. I think I know the question because Pepe asked this earlier, or why you're asking. All you have to do is click on a symbol, and now it turns into the Go No Go chart. I am in Infy, yes. Bezavi, yes. Okay. So that's what you have. So these are some scans, okay, that were created. This really separates. I mean, again, Go No Go is not our product. You know, we're licensing from the people who created Go No Go, and we've embedded it within Trade Ideas, so you can access it from a channel. But and so my Google Chat just activated. So these are some scans that were created that you can take a look at. These are all daily setups, okay? But if you wanted to see your own, you know, your own, say you've got a scan and you want to see your own symbols in there, you can do one of two things. I got to be careful on my end. You do one of two things. You can right click on this chart right here. And where it says properties, and then where it says symbol linking, you see, and it says docked window. So what that means is it'll anything outside of this dock window, like this right there, there's a symbol right there, will not load because it's outside of this dock window. But if you click link to all, now hopefully this is working. I guess it isn't. Okay, so what you can do though is this: just get duplicated into a free floating window. Okay, so you can take it outside this channel, and when you do that, this will be it'll be a free floating window. And then when you click on a symbol, and something's going on. I may be hung up. I mean that maybe that's the reason. No, I'm not hung up. Okay, I don't know why things aren't. Okay, it was just a slight delay. Okay. Okay, now, so I was right. Sorry, guys. I know this is probably super confusing. So if you want to stay in this channel, okay, like this with these, but you also want to have access, you want this chart to change when you've got symbols from outside the channel. Yeah, it's just, I don't know why it's lagging a little bit. But you can see how I've clicked on something outside of this docked channel, and it is changing. So what you do is you click on the chart, go to the properties, and it's all in the symbol linking. And if you check link to all, then this chart will link to every single symbol, not just these ones, but anything outside the dock channel. Because right now it says docked window. Now, if you want to keep it like this, but you want to have a free floating chart outside, you can still do that. So the go no go, So I'm not sure I understand your question. To see go no go videos from, okay, so what might be happening, and I better explain this. So if you click on new and then dock channel bar, and you do click on the go no go channel, oh good, it's going to stay in here. So if you don't see this, okay, it may be behind here. It may be, okay. I don't know. I don't have no idea on your system. You can see what happened with me, with mine. You know, it was obvious where it was. It was right here. Some people say, "Well, I don't get this. Where is it?" Well, it could be hidden behind the channel. Okay. And then here are the two videos that you should watch. You know, I would do that before you subscribe. You know, you have to. You know, I'm not trying to force this on anybody. So you have to click on a symbol, Bezavi. Okay, you have to click on a symbol, and then you should get, just like I was saying. You're right. But when I click on a symbol, you know, then it turns into the colors. It probably shouldn't do that. I think it can be a little confusing because people may not know that they've got to click on a symbol, but hopefully they will, and then it'll change. Or, you know, again, even if it's free floating, you take this out. For instance, if I do this, let me load the channel again. Okay, so if I get this into a duplicate into a free floating window, yeah, this is what you see. Okay, but the minute if you change it, you know, to link to all, then when you click on anything, any one of your scan or any one of the alerts, it will change. It will not change. Wait a minute. Well, that's interesting. So maybe it's only from within the channel, but probably you're probably right. You're probably right, Pepe. Well, how was I able to do this? I have a feeling now I understand why. Yeah, I have an idea now. Does this make sense? Does this make sense, Pepe? So you guys will not be able, I can, I'm not sure, I must have done this a while back. You will not be able to duplicate this into a free floating window, take it out of the channel. I mean, you can do it, but you're not going to get, yeah, you're not going to get, the only time it's going to change is if you use these scans. And I think the reason is that you could duplicate this into a free floating window and then you could cancel your subscription. Maybe. Well, you can duplicate it into a free floating window, but as you can see, it's not changing. Well, okay, now it is. But that, no. See, no, it's not changing. You know what? I'm sure I don't have the symbol linking done or correctly. Well, now I've completely confused myself. Now I've got this, I've got this done to a red on purpose. There's a reason for it because I don't want this to change, but well, I'm a little baffled because it is not changing, whereas this one is. I think I know why. Okay, for me, okay. I'm tired. I understand now why. If I change this to red, no, I don't know what's going on. It appears that, so let me just make sure, Pepe. So when you duplicate a free floating window into a free floating window, the chart from within the go no go channel, which is what I've done, does it actually change? Not the symbol, of course, but does it turn into the go no go chart? Because I didn't, I didn't take this from the go no go channel a long time ago. I did this and I did something else a long time ago. But again, they may not want you. Okay. I have a feeling that's by design then. Okay. They don't want you because I'm trying to think of how that would work. You can get it free floating, but if it's outside the channel, you won't have it will not change into the go no go charts. Even though I'm able to do that. Yeah, so it's duplicating correctly. I think for the most part, people are going to be using it from within the channel. Okay, so to start off with anyway. But okay, I have to make sure about this, okay, before I bug our development people. This is important. I'm going to try this again. So sorry, guys, but it's important because people are going to pay for this, and it should work perfectly. So I'm going to do this because the way I thought is that okay. So this works, okay. But I thought that if you change this, the properties and the symbol linking, and link to all, that would allow you to click on one of your alerts outside of this channel because you want to see what's happening. Okay, now it's working. Now it's working. Okay, now let's duplicate it into a free floating window. And here it is. But maybe maybe just for a brief moment in time, it wasn't working correctly. But now it certainly is working. Because you had to be able to, put your own symbols in here to be able to see what's happening. Yeah, that's correct, Pirata. You are correct. You don't have to participate in the contest at all. I would. I mean, why not? Who knows? You might get lucky and win $3,000. But you don't have to participate in the contest. You're absolutely right. Okay, I'm not Steve, but that's okay. Go step by step once more. So what? True. When you enter the, yes, I'm going to do it one more time. Okay. So when you enter the, I'm going to actually make that as a suggestion. I've got a bit of a bug here in my overall computer. What the heck is this? I can't click on, I can't click on the little icons on the bottom here. Nothing is happening. So I'm not going to do a reboot. It's not critical, but I can't contact the guys in Slack. I might go to my cell phone. Just give me a moment. Okay, so what do you want me to go step by step? Okay. Let me load this channel again. New dock channel bar. Click on go, no go. And now here are the two videos. So when you first see this chart, it looks like a normal, well, it's an OHLC chart, but it's not the go, no go chart. You have to click on a symbol and then you see the go, no go chart. Okay, with the multicolors. Now, if I right click, and link to all, I got to be careful because you know what? That's what's been happening. I click on that and then my symbol linking disappears. So link to all, and let's see. Okay, so that does work. Alt tab. So the one thing I'd like them to do though is when people load the go no go channel, the go no go chart appears. I don't know if it's a technical problem that they've got that when they load a channel, they don't know what symbol is going to be on there, but I don't know if that's the reason. But then now you can take this out, duplicate it into a free floating window. It'll come out. Now you can have it free floating. And there it is. Well, I'm glad I didn't bother them because it is working now in terms of the way I thought it would work. So you can load your own symbols. You can click on a symbol and it will load into a go no go chart. I don't know what you mean by alt. I mean, I know alt tab, but Well, okay, so this is what you want me to do. Okay, so you want to be able, okay, so the question there in the YouTube room is how do I load all this? So you click on new from the toolbar. Scroll down to dock to channel bar, dock to channel bar. And then where it says go, no go channel, there it is. There is the go, no go channel. Okay. Click on it. Here are the two videos that you should watch. Okay. And if you don't see this, again, it may be buried behind here. You know, it wasn't for me, and I can see it front and center. If you have multiple monitors, it's possible it's on another monitor, but here it is. So I watched these two first. Especially this one, the explainers. And this gives you a little text about what it's all about, okay? No, you cannot change them to candlestick stocks because it is based on open, high, low, and close, their formula. So you cannot change them to, well, I mean, you could, but it won't, then you won't have the go, no go. I mean, I have no idea what it would look like. It works best with, I mean, if a candlestick, let's just see. Yeah, no, see, you need, for the color changes and all that, yeah, you can't do it. It won't look good. And you see what happens the minute you do change it to a candlestick chart. The minute you change it to a candlestick chart, but then the minute you click on a symbol, it'll go back to these chart to this OHLC. Okay. So no, it works with. This is why they're doing it this way. So you signed up for the test drive. You'll not get data until tomorrow. Okay. So did you sign up? Okay, I know this is going to get wonderfully confusing tomorrow, especially when we start the test drive. Go No Go is an add-on. It's a $49 a month add-on. It's not part of the test drive. It's not part of our standard service. Not part of our premium service. It's an add-on. Okay, so that's why you're not seeing anything when you click on when you go to the channel. And it's an add-on because it's not our product, okay? And so we're licensing from the people who created Go No Go. Okay, guys, what's happening after all of that? My Infy is, not doing really much. It's just kind of stuck. I'm up a little bit in it. Nothing. Now, guys, this is what I'd be watching. What time is it now? 1:19. I'd be watching the NAS, NAAS, and see if it takes out that high. Excuse me, if it takes out that high at some point on some volume, because if it does, it could get rocking again. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is, so that's 811. So there's 840, there's 820, and then there's 10. So, I mean, this is, if it can get through, first of all, it gets through 8, then 840 would be the challenge. And then if it does get through 840, and then 10 would be the next. So what is the second window from the left one? Joe in our YouTube room was asking me that question. What is the second window from the left one? The one with NAS and LTRY? This one? This one here? The race? Okay. It's the race. It's our stock racer. Okay. So the way it works is this. Keep an eye on this NAS, guys. I mean, it just breaks right through 11.8. It could really go. So the way this race works is I'm running a 4-minute race. Now, all the races are completely customizable, okay? And it's all in our guide under TI stock racing. I don't expect you to take a look at that right now, Joe, but the races are customizable. And so what I mean by that is I like to run a 4-minute race, but somebody else might want to run a 5-minute race, a 10-minute race, a 60-minute race, a 1-minute race, up to you, customizable. So what does it all mean though? So I'm running a 4-minute race. So I'm 2 minutes into that race. And as we speak, the stock that has moved the most, not a big deal, it's only 3 cents, but the stock that has moved the most since the race started is this SLRX. It's up 1.95%. Okay. No, that's not a big deal, but sometimes you're going to see some big percentage moves here. Okay. 20, 30, 40%. And as you can see, like any other race, there's a jockeying for position about who's going to actually win the race at the end of the race. Again, this is nothing spectacular. 1%, 8 cents, nothing spectacular. What happens is, and I did a reboot of Trade Ideas, so this is why I don't have 10 stocks here. What happens is automatically a top 10 list of the stocks that have won the most races is automatically created for you. Gives you some focus on stocks to watch all day long. Okay. So why, though, are we seeing these stocks at all? Well, every race starts from a top list window. So if I right click on this race and I open the top list window, and again, this is all part of Trade Ideas. The 2 key elements are alert windows where you have real-time alerting, and then top list windows. 2 key elements, all in the guide, all in the introduction. And you'll notice in this top list window, if I right click, there's an option that says launch real-time stock race. So that's how this race gets launched. That's good, but why are these symbols showing up? Why are these symbols in here? Why are, what's the deal about that? To quote my inner Seinfeld. So before we had races, the way in which a person would use a top list window is you might say to yourself, well, what are the stocks that are up the most today? So as long as you have a column header, and this has changed from the close percent right there. If I double left click rapidly on it, this shows me the stocks that are up the most today from yesterday's close. So I can see Salo is up 56%, there's Chewy's 47, etc. Okay. Now, why are these stocks there? Because in my top list window, I'm only looking for stocks between $1 and $50, 200,000 share minimum volume, and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. That's why those stocks are showing up. You, of course, can create your own top list windows with your own parameters. Maybe you want a different price range. Maybe you want to, anything else, add a filter in, take one out. You can create your own top list with the parameters that you like. This is what I like to see. So this is the change from the open. I'm going to click, double left click rapidly. This is the change from the open. So Silo, not only is it the one that's moved the most since the change from the close yesterday, but since it's opening print of the day, it's moved 49%. So that's great. But what happens if one of these stocks that's way down here, Summit, okay, SMMT, it's only up 2.9% from its opening trade of the day. What if all of a sudden, for some reason, it started to move? It's up 4%, 5%, 10%. You'd never see it. You'd never see it, would you? Well, that's where the race comes in. You will see that because the race doesn't care whether a stock is up the most for the open. Okay, it doesn't care. All it cares about is what stock, since the race started, has moved the most in all these symbols. And so right now, SHIM has moved 3.62%. So you can click on it and see what's happening. See, and now this actually is at the high of the day, but it could have been down here. It could have been one of these ones that had pulled back and then it starts to move. This is why I say I'm not a big pullback player, but this is how you can use this to look at pullback plays. Let's take a look at Silo as an example. Okay, so here's Silo. So here's where it was at the high. What if all of a sudden Silo started to move? Or you might be somebody who is a VWAP player. The VWAP is at 366. What if this stock right now was at, say, 370 and it looked like it was holding and the VWAP is at 366? And you're thinking, you know what? Looks like the VWAP is going to act as support and maybe it'll bounce off support and move higher. Or maybe you've got and this is why you have to have some experience trading, obviously. Some moving average that you like. Maybe it's come into a moving average. Maybe that'll act as support. Okay, so that's why, this is also a good, something really nice to watch. Click on the symbols to see if anything is setting up. And you don't have to wait for a race to be over to click on it to see what's happening. If something is because the race is this will another 34 seconds before it closes, and you click on it, see what's happening. Click on the SLRX, see how now the SLRX is now leading. Click on it. You could almost say to yourself, boy, if it ever breaks out over 234, all this area here, maybe it gets going again. Okay, so Suhan, so go no go is not part of this. First of all, okay, if you sign up for the test drive, yes, it will start tomorrow. Okay, the test drive starts tomorrow. You will get data tomorrow. If you want to try go no go, then you can sign up for go no go tomorrow. If you sign up for go no go right now and you don't have trade ideas, nothing's going to happen. You have to have a subscription to trade ideas. So does that make sense? But you can take a look at the go no go. You can take a look at these two videos at least. Okay. I'm not trying to, I'm certainly not trying to get people to. Let me see if I can get a link for it. Yeah. So here's one video. Okay, and here's the other video. So those are the two videos. These two videos, okay? I just dropped the links in so you can take a look at the video and see whether or not it makes sense for you. Hey guys, I had such a small gain in Infy, but I'm basically out of it now flat. It did not rip higher like I was hoping it. Well, not even rip higher, but I don't think it Okay. All right, guys, you can still hear me, right? I know we've lost my everything just shut down. Trade ideas just shut down on me. I think it might have something to do with the. But now I'm not even sure how I can open it because I can't. I can't. Yeah, you can hear me, but what time is it now? Maybe it's a good time to head out. Oh, it's only 1:19. Really? Ah, yeah. My computer. Yeah, you know what? My computer has just stopped because my clock is stuck at 1:19. And you're right, it is now 2:04. Let's see if I can restart Explorer. Yeah. Or maybe I just take off. William. All right. Well, that did it. Thank you, Pepe. Uh, Whew, okay. Well, we're back. So I don't think the screen sharing is on, though, is it? I'll just take a look. YouTube is fine. Okay. So we should be back to normal now. And now my little icons are all clickable. Okay, guys. Well, and now my clock is correct. Okay, 2:06. Okay. Yeah, see, now it says 2:06. But because I had to reboot. Okay, so Nasky, what I would suggest you do is watch the two videos, okay? Where the heck did I paste them? No, that's interesting. Okay, watch these two videos, okay? This explains it all. I'm no expert in go no go, okay? I did not create it. So watch these two videos. Okay, watch the two videos. And these are by the creators of the program itself, okay? Remember, this is a third party. It's not that we are licensing from them, okay? So rather than I try to explain it, I mean, I can tell you how I am. It's all about color changes and see if I can find one. But just watch the videos. So, I mean, in theory, okay, in theory, this is how it kind of works, okay? Notice we got these color changes. So again, if you watch the video, it's going to tell you that orange, when you see an orange line, it's basically telling you, you know what, we don't see an advantage of trading this right now when it's orange. When it turns light green, then it's saying, okay, keep an eye. And when it turns blue, that's the sign in which it's saying, okay, we think that probably, or it could be a good long right now. Okay. Now, it was a little bit choppy, but from that price, 11.39, what did it get up to? 12.65. Then it started to fall. And when it turned green again, you probably should be out of the trade. Look what happened here. The transition again happened. Could have taken the trade, say, at 12.16, kind of chopped around for a bit, but then it got all the way up to 13.31. That's kind of the theory behind it. You're looking for the color change. And on the flip side, to short, you're looking for a color change here. You see how this is sort of a light pink, and then when it goes to deep purple, that is a sign in which you might want to short. Now, obviously, this worked out really well. Oh, on my PC, Pirat. I've never used the web-based version. Always use the. Always use. Oh dear, SS. Yeah, it's funny. A lot of people just don't even know the room exists. So yeah, Parata. I mean, if you've got a PC, absolutely 100% use a downloadable application. Okay, don't use the web-based version. Web-based version, it's okay, but the downloadable application is way more robust. For instance, not only, I mean, if you've got multiple monitors, okay, which I do. I mean, to be able to move something over to another monitor is so simple, right? But on the web-based version, if you have multiple monitors, yeah, I know there's sort of a way you can stretch across and all that, but it's just not the same. And well, that Brokerage Plus window, if you want to practice trading using our simulator, you need to be using our application. Well, I'm out of the Infy already, Bezavi. Okay, so would I hold it overnight? I'm not a swing trader, so probably not. But that, don't listen to me. I'm not a swing trader. I mean, it's still not bad. It's near the high of the day. Been on a pretty good run though over the last few weeks. But welcome to the room, SS. Now, I typically shut down myself at around anywhere between 2:30 and quarter to 3. I start on the room is usually open about, I want to say, quarter to 8 Eastern time, certainly by 8 o'clock. I don't get on the mic though until 9. And then I go to, 2:30, between 2:30 and 3. But the main room, the room you're in, will be usually open till 4 because William keeps it open. There's no screen sharing and nobody's on the mic, but you can still, talk amongst yourselves in terms of stocks, etc. if you want, until 4 o'clock. So what do you mean by that, Nasky, is a mostly intraday? Are you talking about go, no go? If you're talking about go, no go, it's actually the opposite. This is the first time that there have been, it's been, I don't want to, I guess I can't use the word developed, but it was really meant as more for swing trading. Holly usually stops at around, I mean, there can be some afternoon alerts, but usually it stops around 11 o'clock, I would say. I mean, it doesn't mean that there won't be any after 11, but I'm just looking today. The last one, well, there's one at 11:16 as an example. Well, okay. I mean, this is what Holly did today. Okay. Obviously, the Virt was excellent, 26.04, 28.10, up 7.9%. The Comm, I mean, 195 is a short, 6.4%. This was a good one. I wish I'd seen this one a little bit earlier. A short of 4 from 31.76, 30.63 now, not bad, 3.5%. This one actually at the beginning was okay. The TKNO. No, the short attempt was at 191. I think I got down to 170 something. And these two did not, obviously did not work. Okay. So this is what happened today. But I always say this is using it as a watch list. So for instance, look at the KRO right now. You might look at this right now and say, okay, Holly was really early in this one. And in fact, at one point, 10.20, yeah, it got down to 9. It did get down to $10. I mean, no big deal. I was actually looking to short this one, but I had an alert set at $10. It never broke it. But you might look at this and you might think, wow, maybe it's going to run into a resistance area and maybe you can short it at the top here. I use this like a watch list. Okay, so that's a good question. So Nasky is asking a question regarding how does the go no go work, and with respect to symbols, do you have to load your own? In other words, can I take a look at what does go no go tell me on LTRY and NKGN? Of course, that's what I do, but there are some scans, yes. So these are more daily scans, okay? These are more daily scans. These are 3 on. I think they're on the. I think these are on the. These are on the plus side, like to go long. Now, I would ask Michael to have stocks. No, I don't know, 25-cent stock. I mean, I shouldn't be biased, but I would never trade a 25-cent stock. But you can see right there. Here are the prices. So let's take a look at AMCR. So yeah. So what the idea here is that now there's been a color change, and that's what it's signifying. Okay, that's what it's signifying. So the scan is basically signifying there's been a color change. Maybe you want to watch this one, especially if it turns blue. Okay, they may not turn blue today, but maybe you put a price alert a little bit higher and see if it takes out. It does turn blue later on. You can see right here, color change. These are all daily charts. I would say the exact opposite, Suhan. I mean, the market was red all day. I mean, look at the Virt. I mean, that was almost an all-day hold on the long side. These two were short, and these two, worked pretty well. So I would say that. And look, here's the TKNO. I mean, it's minor, but at one point for the TKNO, this got down to 177. That was a pretty big percentage move from 191. I'm not saying it's incredible, but going long Virt on a day like today worked out very well. And going short 4 worked out very well. Not every alert sets up for everybody's style of trading. It's not meant to be just blindly taken at the entry price and just holding on. I use it like a watch list. Now, There are some intraday scans that have been created also. If you click on new from the toolbar and then click on Market Explorer, and then you get this box that'll pop up, right click on it, select the strategy, scroll down to where you see go, no go. And here are all the go, no go scans. These are the daily ones that you see, the 6 of them that you see over here. But here are 6 intraday scans that you can use on a 5-minute. Now, I haven't used them, personally. I mean, I like to have control over what symbols I want to see. I have no control over this in terms of the minimum volume and the price range and all that. But you know what? Let's just see. Go strengthening. Let me just see what it even says. Now, these are early, okay? So the last one was, now this is a buyout, so it's probably, and these are, let's see what happened at 140. And I'd have to change this to a 5-minute chart. Yeah, okay, I can see exactly how it worked. It nailed the transition right here. Okay, the transition from that color to that color right at 140. Okay, right at one. So that's how this is working. So I'd like to pay a little more attention to this. This is probably not a bad one to, maybe I could take this one. So that's what the scan does. So to answer your question, Nasky, you can have your own scans and have them load in here, or you can use the other scans that have been created. Let's take a look at this one. Well, there's the Virt again. Let's see what happened at 1225. Yeah, so there it was again. You see the transition, the one color to the next. Now, ideally, I'd love to see this keep going, but I mean, so all I'm saying is that's the idea of these scans that have been created. You're going to see a color transition, and then the idea, if you watch the videos, the suggestion would be to go long when you get the color change. Put a proper stop in, of course. And are they going to work all the time? Of course not. We don't have to learn this, Pirata. Okay, you don't really have to learn this. I mean, this is, I don't know if I want to call this son of a. That's what I was afraid of. I blew this. Now I have to. Not a big deal, but I have to get rid of this chart. Or can I do? Don't worry. I mean, I'm. Ugh, what did I do? Okay, guys, I'm getting tired. No, there's no correlation really, Suhan, in terms of more correct on green days and red days. I mean, look, there are on a red day there were four short opportunities and two longs. I mean, there's really no, because what happens is the AI does not know what the market's going to do. The AI has a bunch of strategies that get optimized overnight. Okay. And so the AI does not know what the market's going to do the next day. Now, there is sometimes in some of the strategies, there is a SPY component. So the SPY must be moving up, shall we say, and to get a long strategy. So if it's a long strategy, will it trigger if the SPY is moving down? Maybe not. But the problem is that the SPY might be moving up. Then all of a sudden, like here, right on this, you can't see, like here, I'm pointing at my other monitor, SPY moving up, and then all of a sudden we get a giant red bar. So that could wipe out a long strategy. AI can't possibly know that's going to happen. But I would say no, there's no direct correlation. What might happen is that a bunch of long strategies, because there are a bunch of strategies that get optimized overnight, and maybe the ones that got optimized overnight that seem to give us the best, the best results potentially for the next day. What if they were, mostly long strategies, but we wake up and the market's tanking? What would probably happen is you wouldn't get very many alerts. But notwithstanding that, look at the Virt. I mean, the Virt has not cared about what this market has done today. Now I've got to get my this chart back. I know why. And the reason I'm doing this is I'm not allowed to display the go no go charts to everybody. That's the reason I'm having to go through this. Otherwise, I'd love to just have the go no go charts here. Okay, back to normal. Okay. How do I get that? Yeah, I'm sure you would, Suhan. How do you get the stock list scan that was highlighted in the blue table on the right? Which one are you talking about, Nasky? You're not talking about this. You're not talking about this, are you? Are you talking about this? This is the AI. These are the, you need our premium service to have this, if that's what you're talking about. Is that what you're talking about, Nasky? This blue window that I displayed? Maybe you're not. I just need an answer. If you're talking about this, this is part of our, this is the part of the premium service. These are the AI alerts today. Yeah, NAS, it popped over 8, didn't it? And then it came right back down. But look at the volume. Okay, here's what we're talking about. Look at the volume here, guys. The volume is coming in. And now on the weekly chart, what did we say? We said that 840. So 840 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. And then if it can get through 840 in any great way, $10 is the next high. Not saying it's going to get there. But, you know, at least we've got volume coming in. You can just see the volume that's pouring in right now. This is a sort of a classic, you know, some of these ones that are really active early on in the day. And then they kind of go to sleep for a few hours. And then all of a sudden, towards the end of the day, they just pop. All right, guys, it's 2:30 now. So again, I don't have to go, but if there are no more questions, I think I will pack it in. But I don't have to go. If there's a question, I'll hang around. And before I do go, though, I'll put the main trading room link into our YouTube room. So you guys can head over there if you want. So how to access that room, the main room. If you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see right at the top here, trading room. Okay, so if you click on trading room, that'll get you into the main room. Nasky, I'm not sure I know what you mean. The two tables, was that within go no go, or where are you talking? The two tables that I selected. So you're not talking about the AI alerts. You're not talking about that. I know it's difficult. I'm asking a question, something different. I'm not sure. Two tables up and down. But you don't see them now on what I'm displaying. Boy, this could get wild, especially if it really rips through and it gets really through 840, because then that next high is around 10. So Nasty, I'm sorry, I just don't know what tables you're talking about. If obviously it's not on my screen. The only things I've really dragged in off my screen or off on my other monitors, I've dropped this one, and then the go no go. Are you talking about these? Are you talking? Maybe you're talking about this. This is just part of the channel. You know, you sign up for the channel. This is just part of the channel. I think this is probably what you're talking about, right? It's part of the Go No Go channel. I don't think so. I don't think that's because the halt resume is always displayed. So, Tom, this is probably what you meant, right, Nasky? It's so hard, I know, because I think there's a slight delay in YouTube, about an 8-second delay. So when I ask a question, it might take, I don't know, 16 seconds or before I get an answer back. Oh, I don't think so, though. I don't think I haven't displayed this for a while. So I don't think that's it. It must be this. These are the two tables, I'm sure. Well, it's up to you. I mean, I can't answer that question, Nasky. I mean, you know, I find a way to trade some of the alerts. I don't take them all. Question is AI needs to have premium? Is that really added value? I mean, that'll be up to you. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh yeah, you absolutely have to have it. I use it like a watch list. Okay, so that was the go no go. Okay, so that's in the channel. When you sign up for it, I think when you sign up for it right now, if you're not a subscriber, you see the go no go, but you don't see these. But when you're a subscriber, you get these. You get all this also. Okay. When you're a subscriber to Go No Go, you get this. Okay. Okay. So I'll select this stock right here, Annette. So that's you just select the stock, and it's going to give you these are the ones probably moving down. Transition, color transition, color transition, big color transition, moving down. No, I'm not going to go over all these. I mean, but that's what it's all. You have there's 6 scans in here, and nobody is saying, well, you have to look at every single stock on every single scan. You might find a couple of scans that really meet your trading style. Okay. Okay. It's just transition. It's just showing you a color transition. And these are all daily though. Okay. This is all daily. And obviously, not every single stock you're going to click on, it may not make sense to trade it. Okay, guys, there's the NAS. Oh no, 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 no. Okay, good. Okay. Well, you can't have the tables now, of course. You have to be a subscriber to Go No Go. Just part of the package. Okay, so you understand this is part of the package, part of the go no. I'm talking to Nasky in our YouTube room. Part of the service, part of the package. You sign up for Go No Go. You have to have a subscription to Trade Ideas, of course, but you sign up for the Go No Go, the $49 a month add-on. This is what you get. Plus, if you're looking for intraday scans, I showed you in the Market Explorer, there are also intraday scans, but this is what you get. Yeah, you don't need to be a premium subscriber to sign up for Go No Go. Okay? Yeah, so this time the Dow is taking a thumping. I mean, the Nas is still down, but the Dow is taking a thumping. Yesterday, a very different day from yesterday, where the Dow was actually up pretty nicely, and the Nas was down about 500 or 600. Nas is still selling off, but now we've got to sell off in the Dow also. Very interesting. Okay, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think that is it for me today. Thanks for all the help, as usual. And I put the main trading room link in YouTube. If you want to head over to the main room, you can do so. That room will be open until 4 o'clock. No screen sharing and nobody talking on the mic, but there's still traders in there, so you can converse amongst yourselves. And I'll be on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So again, have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. And now, YouTubers, I do have to shut you down.